Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam Paramashugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya yoga, and temple-based universities for humanity. Sovereign Order of Kailasa, led by His Divine Holiness, and Nithyananda Order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora are working for global peace and to give a super consciousness breakthrough to humanity. Nithyananda Hindu University is the world's largest university with extended campuses in 150 countries, is collecting, organizing, preserving, time capsuling, decoding, spreading, and reviving 20 million source books of Hinduism and the 64 sacred arts and sciences like Ayurveda, music, dance, sculpting, astrology, and Vastu. His Divine Holiness is the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Peetam, the ancient apex body of Hinduism, and present emperor of Surya Vamsha Surangi Samrajyam. His Divine Holiness has survived the worst persecution of many assassination attempts on person and character by anti-Hindu elements. To explore the videos, you can visit Kailasha's Nithyananda YouTube channel. Today, we are offering Uttamottama Seva to Bhagavan Surya. Uttamottama Seva is a Vedic ritual straight from the source. From the Agamas, Uttamottama means best of the best, and Seva is offering. It is the ritual of offering the best of the best to Paramashiva. Whatever we offer to Paramashiva comes back to us in thousandfold, many millionfold. And Paramashiva is the source of everything, be it brains, or knowledge, or skill, or people, everything. Uttamottama is an intricate ritual that is described by Paramashiva himself. So many offerings are there that come from the best of the best that is offered in Vedic tradition. From the instruments to the offering of food that should be offered to Paramashiva, the various types of dance and the way it is danced. The Uttamottama Seva is described by Paramashiva as the best of the best. We offer during the Uttamottama Seva Abhishekam, Vastram, Gandham, Abharanam, Archanam, Dupam, Deepam, Naivedyam, Aratrikam, Deepopacharam, Pushpanjalim, Chaturvedam, Grihyasuktam, Agamastotram, Dravida Vedam, Nityam, Sangeetam, Vadyam, Swasti Vachanam. The source of all these best things is Paramashiva. He has given these to us. Offering them back at his feet is what we do during this seva, whereby we experience intense Shakti Pata and Advaita, the oneness with him. And as a result, we leave the state and radiate the space and manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. And also, since it is Agama Vidhi, Paramashiva's instructions, we offer them during the seva. Offering the best of the best of the food offered as Naivedyam, the best of movement a body can make offered as dance, Nitya Seva, the best of the sound offered as music, Sangeeta Seva, and the best of the consciousness offered as power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. The best that humanity can offer to Paramashiva as gratitude is offered in Uttamottama Seva. Today, we are offering Uttamottama Seva to Bhagavan Surya. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the Sarvabhauma Chakravarti, the Supreme Emperor of the Surya Vamsha Surangi Samrajya Sarvajna Pita. His Divine Holiness Swamiji is the reviver of the Sampradaya Shanmatas, the six main Sampradayas of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. They are Ganapatyam, Kaumaram, Sauram, Shaivam, Vaishnavam, and Shaktam. Surya Vamsha, the lineage of the sun god, has the unbroken lineage of Sarvabhauma Chakravarti, who ruled the whole earth. This lineage has its source from Paramashiva, Paramashiva himself. This lineage of Surya Vamsha is adorned by the greatest emperors of Vaishnava Manu, Ikshvaku, Harichandra, Bhagirath, Dilipa, Raghu, Sri Ramachandra, and many others. The Surya Vamsha has an unbroken record of upholding the Sanatana Hindu Dharma by reviving all its sciences, arts, literature, and pantheology of worship. Surya clans up the past. Surya cleans up the past and creates fresh life energy. Lord Surya is the bestower of light and life to the totality of the cosmos. With his unblinking, all seeing eye, he is the stern gardener of justice. With the utmost universal connection of light, with enlightenment or illumination, the sun is the source of wisdom. Bhagavan Surya is the presiding deity of our sun, also known as Aditya, due to his being the son of Aditi, who is worshipped as the sustainer of life on earth. Sanatana Hindu Dharma has given prime importance to worship of the sun through the practice of Sandhya Vandana, the ritual to be performed by all dvijas, the wearers of the sacred thread that is lit twice born, literally twice born dvijas. Every day during sunrise, noon, and sunset, where our prayers are offered to Lord Surya through the chanting of the Gayatri mantra, the sacred hymn to the brilliance of the sun god. Revealed in the Rig Veda, another important hymn to the sun god is the Aditya Hrudayam. There is the Stotram or a sacred hymn dedicated to Lord Aditya. The Aditya Hrudayam Stotram dedicated to Surya Bhagavan is one of the most powerful hymns that humanity can put into use in terms of need. These sacred verses find a mention in the Yuddha Khanda of sage Valmiki's Ramayana, and the Stotram were recited by sage Agastya to Sri Rama just before the war against the Ravana. The Aditya Hrudayam is so named because, according to the great commentator of Ramayana, Sri Govindaraja, it is prayer that pleases the heart of Lord Aditya. Aditya Mana Prasadakam Ityartha Ityarthaha. It is in this gripping scenario that the whole of our hymn is recited. During the final war between Rama and Ravana in Ramayana, Rama has used all kinds of weapons and missiles against Ravana, but in vain. The overlord of the Rakshasa seems invincible. Rama, currently incarnated as normal human being and not the all-powerful Lord Vishnu, is tormented by fatigue both mentally and physically. He glances at his enemy who is ready for battle and worries crosses his brow. However, every time Rama removed the fierce battle was going on between Lord Rama and Ravana. However, every time Rama removed the multiple heads in one head, removed the head of Ravana, another one comes back up. Almost 107 times the heads were shot. Rama was now unsure on what to do and is becoming lifeless. During this time, Agastya arrived, the famous seer who is known to make the entire ocean water be served to the sun through his power. He preached Rama to rejuvenate himself with a prayer to Lord Narayana within the sun. Every morning, sun releases his powerful rays to strengthen us and give us ability to perform for that day. Behind his power exists the real strength who drives everyone, Lord Narayana. Agastya Muni's preaching on prayer to the sun god is termed as Aditya Hrudayam. After this, Rama chanted 3 times the Aditya Hrudayam verses. Rama was energized, and then the battle continued. And then it is so said that Bhagavan Rama killed Ravana and won the war. So Bhagavan Surya is the fire energy, and Sanatana Hindu Dharma is only living science that mastered this science of connecting with these energies through worship, impact of which you will immediately see with increased efficiency, sudden sense of relief, since some old pattern and situation repeating in your life ends. And often Bhagavan Surya is worshipped by students who break the exam fear, establish success in business, new career, or start of any new venture, so old engrams are warded off. Lord Surya, as the god of good health, bestows us immunity and digestive fire energy to withstand or prevent many diseases. So Lord Surya is the Adhisthana Devata of the Navagrahas. The Nava means 9, Graha means planets. As per Vedic astrology, these 9 deities are independent and intelligent planetary energies that influence our lives. The Navagrahas are Surya, Chandra, Surya as Sun, Chandra as Moon, Angarakam as Mars, Buddha as Mercury, Guru as Jupiter, Shukra as Venus, Shani as Saturn, Rahu and Ketu as Uranus and Neptune. Each one has got their own role to play and the significance. Navagrahas are actually independent living energies that are continuously planning for our growth, expansion, and ultimate realization. They are living, not inanimate dead objects as perceived by modern science and areas of astronomy. Fundamental understanding that we need to have is all the Navagrahas only do the work of making us realize Paramashivoham, that I am Paramashiva. With this new understanding, we are awakened to the whole another area of research. The full field is not just collective effect of gravitational force of these planets, it is their conscious support in our endeavors. Whenever you manifest any powerful cognitions revealed by Paramashiva and be humble to the grahas support you, protect you, liberate you from any malefic, evil, negative effects. The Sastra Pramana from Rig Veda says, beholding the higher light beyond the darkness, we came to the divine sun in the Godhead, to the highest light of all. Receive how every day we receive the Surya Bhagavan by praying this from the Suryopanishad. Namaste Aditya Tvameva Pratyaksham Karma Kartasi Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahmasi Tvameva Pratyaksham Vishnursi Tvameva Pratyaksham Rudrosi Tvameva Pratyaksham Rigasi Tvameva Pratyaksham Yajus Rasi Tvameva pratyaksham swayamsi, Tvameva pratyaksham atarvasi, Tvameva sarvasvam chandhosi. I bow to you, Aditya. You are the agent himself of work. To manifest Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra, Rik, Ajur, Soma, Atharvana Vedas, as well as all the Chandras, that is Mitras. The Bhagavan Surya is the lord of fundamental forces. In the Rig Veda, it says that the wonderful face of gods has risen, the eye of Mitra, Varuna, and Agni, the sun has filled the heaven and the earth and the middle space. He is the soul of all that moves and moves not. Graha Sutra confirms that we have nothing to fear the Navagrahas for. They are gods, literally. Destroying the strength of the Daityas, increasing the strength of the Devas, aiming to establish Dharma. The auspicious births proceed regularly from the Grahas. Brihat Parasara Hora Sastra, narration of avatars. In the Sutra, Brihat Parashara Hora Sastra tells us that grahas are nothing but aspects of God, and that the purpose of these aspects of God is to bestow the result of man's and other creatures' actions. Grahas, and thus we should not fear them. Modern research proves that the planets have a direct impact on the human body. Some of the effects are listed below: the number of thoughts we have, the time of experiencing adulthood and puberty, changes in the menstrual cycle, timing of the gestation period, energy level of our body is affected due to the gravitational force of the moon, changes in hormonal levels. Swamiji's Atma Pramana, His Divine Holiness, shares that to teach me astrology, Arunagiri Yogishwara actually brought down the Navagraha, the 9 planets. Suddenly, they were bright color orbs in front of us. He used the color that they radiate. Swamiji was referring to Arunagiri Yogishwara. He was sitting with Arunagiri Yogishwara, and Arunagiri Yogishwara was teaching astrology to young His Divine Holiness Swamiji. And suddenly they were bright color orbs in front of us. He used the color that they radiate to teach me the different effects that planet energy has on you. When the red color of Jupiter mixed with the green color of the moon, there is a certain effect. Like this, the different combinations of each planet made up the astrology science. When His Divine Holiness continues that when I realized they were the actual planets, I asked, Swami, if Surya is here, then when people look up, what will happen? He just said, until you learn, I will make sure nobody looks up. Now you look here. Each of the Navagraha deities have independent energy and intelligence. So they rule the space of planets and have the freedom to cause good or bad in our life. Navagraha Sutram says that moving through darkness, recognizing the mortal and immortal god Savitya, the sun, comes in a golden chariot and sees the world. We choose the fire as the messenger because he has the knowledge of entire world, and also because he does perform yajna properly. Thus the lord of all beings sees the four-legged and two-legged beings. Let him accept the refined sacrificial share, and let the glorious wealth reach the performer of yajna. Om, my salutations to sun god with all his peripheral gods. The Up the Pramana from the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, the 95th Patanjali Yoga Sutra, in the second chapter, 44th verse says, Swadhyaya Ista Devata Samprayogaha. Surya, the eternally radiating, meditate, imbibe the truth of eternally radiating, sit in an unclutched way. Drop only this one idea in your inner space, eternally radiating. Surya, some of the aspects of Bhagavan Surya are Surya rules the sun, planet sun. Surya radiates the golden saffron color in all the 10 directions. Aditya is another name of Lord Surya, is the Adipati Devata of Surya. Surya represents the power of responsibility. Surya is the energy supplier for all the other planets. When the energy of Surya is at peak, you experience the intense power of creation and start flourishing in various aspects of your life and bring success. When the energy of Surya is low, you experience the feeling of being stuck in your life. Bhagavan Surya is an energy representing strong fundamental force, heals us of our engrams, brings completion. Impact of which you will immediately see with increased efficiency, sudden sense of relief, since some of old patterns and situation repeating in your life ends. And often Bhagavan Surya is worshipped by students to break exam fear, establish success in business, new career, or start of any new venture to so old engrams are warded off. Bhagavan Surya is to bring a new change, just how Surya's energy lights up the planet Earth with vegetation for us on our life. Bhagavan Surya replenishes us with a long lifespan. Bhagavan Surya is the fire energy, and Sanatana Hindu Dharma is only living science that mastered this science of connecting with these energies through worship. If you want to thank them, offer homa. If you want to connect with that energy, learn how they can support you, offer puja. You want to sing their praise and tell others how they help you, offer archana. So, this science of astrology was first decoded by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam on 3rd December 2007. So, today, our Balasans, Gurukul Balasans, are offering Uttamottama Seva to Lord Surya. So we offer this seva as gratitude at the divine lotus feet of our Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let us all stay tuned and enjoy and get the blessings of the Surya, Bhagavan Surya, and His Divine Holiness. Stay tuned and enjoy this Uttamottama Seva to Lord Surya. Thank you so much, Nithyanandam.
Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
The first offering of the Uttama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva is the offering of the Chaturveda. Devadevottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Chaturveda Priya Chaturveda Mamadharaya. ऋग्वेदा हरि ओम अग्निमि ईले पुरोहितं यज्ञस्य देवं दिग्विजं होता आरं रत्नदातावं हरि ओम यजुर्वेदा हरि ओम इषेतो जेत्वा वायवस्तो पायपस्य देवो वैश्यभिता प्राप्ते विशेषमाय कर्मणे हरि ओम सामवेदा हरि ओम अग्न आयाहि पीतये गृहाणो हव्यदातये निहोता सप्ति बर्हिषि हरि ओम अथर्ववेदा हरि ओम शन्नो देवीरभिषय आपो पवन्तु पीतये संयोरभिषवन्तु नः हरि ओम. The next offering of the Uttama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva is the offering of the Agama Shloka. देवदेवोत्तम देवता सार्वभौम अखिलांड कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव आगम श्लोक प्रिय आगम श्लोकानवधारया. आगतां शिववक्त्रेभ्यो गतं च गिरिजामुखे मतं हि वासुदेवस्य तस्मादागम उच्यते. श्री भगवानुवाच अति कौतूहलाविष्टा पृच्छस्ये तच्छृणुप्रिये यन्मे नेत्रान्तरे वह्नेत् यद्वामृतमनुत्तमं तत्सर्वं कथयिष्यामि योगयुक्त्या शृणुप्रिये. यत्स्वरूपं निजं शुद्धं व्यापकं सर्वतोमुखं सर्वभूतान्तरावस्थं सर्वप्राणिषु जीवनं योगगम्यं दुरासादं दुष्पाप्रमकृतात्मभिः ज्ञानादिशदगुणा ये ते तत्रस्ताः प्रभवन्ति हि सा वै महाक्रिया रूपा संस्थितैका क्रियामता अनिवादिगुणा नष्टौ करोति विकरोति सा एवं ममेच्छा ज्ञानाख्या क्रियाख्या शक्तिरुच्यते. सूर्या चन्द्रमसौ वह्निर् दाम परिकल्पना त्रिनेत्रकल्पना मह्यं तदत्तमिह दृश्यते. दहनाप्यायने तेन प्राकाशं विददाम्यहं तिष्ठिं स्थितिं संहृतिं च ऋतनुर्विददाम्यहं तद्वीर्यं पूरितं सर्वं मम तेजोपबृंहितम् इच्छा ज्ञानक्रियारूपं नेत्रामृतमुत्तमं तद्वीर्यं परमं धाम यत्परामृतरूपी च यतत्तत्परमानन्दं यदेतत्परमं पदं तच्छिद्धिदं परं देवं सर्वदुःखविमोक्षणं सर्वव्याधिहरं देवं सर्वमयहरं शिवं महापाशुपतं मह्यं विष्णुस्तच्च सुदर्शनं ब्रह्मणो ब्रह्मदण्डस्तु सर्वेषां समायुधम् अनेकाकाररूपेण आयुधं तदनेकदा सुराणां स्वरूपेण मया वीर्यं समर्पितं सूर्याचन्द्रमसौ वह्निर् सुदाम परिकल्पना त्रिनेत्रकल्पना मह्यं तदत्तमिह दृश्यते तया भूर्यासु मूर्धान्तं भङ्क्त्वा भ्रूक्षेपसेतुना निर्विकल्पं मनः कृत्वा सर्वोद्वे सर्वगोद्गमः धामान्तक्षोभसम्भूता सूक्ष्माग्नितिलकाकृतिं बिन्दुं शिखान्ते हृदये लयान्ते ध्यायतो लयः सर्वतः शरीरस्य द्वादशान्ते मनोलयात् बुद्धिभूतं तत्त्वलक्ष्यं प्रवर्तते यथा तथा यत्र तत्र द्वादशान्ते मनक्षिपेत् प्रतिक्षणं क्षीणवृत्तिर्वैलक्षण्यं दिनैर्भवेत् कपालान्तर्मनोनस्य तिष्ठन्मीलितलोचनः क्रमेण मनसो दार्ढ्यात् लक्ष्ये लक्ष्यमुत्तमं नारीसंहारभूतजय भूतकैवल्यभूतपृथक्तवाणी।
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्।
Uttam Seva at the feet of the Nithyananda Paramashiva Sameta, the Nithyananda Paramashiva is the offering of the soul of Seva. Devadevottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Sameta Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Stotra Priya Stotram Avadharaya. ओम नमो भगवते सदाशिवाय सकल तत्वात्मकाय सर्वमंत्र स्वरूपाय सर्वयंत्राधिष्ठिताय सर्वतंत्र स्वरूपाय सर्वतत्वविधुराय ब्रह्मरुद्रावतारिणे नीलकंठाय पार्वती मनोहराय सोमसूर्याग्निलोचनाय भस्मोद्धूलित विग्रहाय महामणिमुकुटधारणाय माणिक्यभूषणाय सृष्टिस्थितिप्रलयकालरौद्रावताराय दक्षाध्वरध्वंसकाय महाकालभेदनाय मूलाधारैकनिलयाय तत्त्वातीताय गंगाधराय सर्वदेवादिदेवाय षडाश्रयाय वेदान्तसाराय त्रिवर्गसाधनाय अनंतकोटि ब्रह्मांड नायकाय अनंत वासुकि तक्षक कारकोटक शंख कुलिक पद्म महापद्मेति अष्टमहानाग कुलभूषणाय प्रणव स्वरूपाय चिदाकाशाय आकाशदिक् स्वरूपाय ग्रह नक्षत्र मालिने सकलाय कलंकरहिताय सकल लोकैक खत्र सकल लोकैक भद्र सकल लोकैक संहत्र सकल लोकैक गुरवे सकल लोकैक साक्षिणे सकल निगम गुह्याय सकल वेदांत पारगाय सकल लोकै वरप्रदाय सकल लोकैक शंकराय शशांक शेखराय शाश्वत निजावासाय निराभासाय निरामयाय निर्मलाय निर्मधाय निश्चिन्ताय निरहंकाराय निरंकुशाय निष्कलंकाय निर्गुणाय निष्कामाय निरुपप्लवाय निरुपद्रवाय निरवध्याय निरन्तराय निष्कारणाय निरन्तकाय निष्प्रपञ्चाय निस्सङ्गाय निर्द्वन्द्वाय निराधाराय निराघाय निष्क्रोधाय निर्लोभाय निष्पापाय निर्भयाय निर्विकल्पाय निर्भेदाय निष्क्रियाय निस्तुलाय निस्संशयाय निरुपम विभवाय नित्यशुद्ध बुद्ध परिपूर्ण सच्चिदानन्दात्मयाय परमशान्त स्वरूपाय तेजोरूपाय तेजोमयाय जय जय रुद्र महारौद्र भद्रावतार महाभैरव कालभैरव कल्पांत भैरव कपालमालाधर खट्वांग खड्ग चर्म पाशांकुश डमरू शूल चाप बाण गदा शक्ति भिंडीपाल तोमर मुसल मुद्गर पाश हरिग भुशुंडी शतग्नि चक्राद्यायुध भीषण कर सहस्रमुख दंष्ट्राकराल वदन विकटाटहास विस्पारित ब्रह्मांड मंडल नागेंद्र कुंडल नागेंद्र हार नागेंद्र वलय नागेंद्र चर्मधर मृत्युंजय त्रयंबक विश्वरूप विरूपाक्ष विश्वेश्वर वृषभवाहन विश्वभूषण विश्वतोमुख सर्वतो रक्ष रक्ष मां ज्वल ज्वल महामृत्युमपमृत्युमयं नाशय नाशय चोर भयम् उत्सादय उत्सादय विषसर्प भयं समय समय चोरान् मारय मारय मम शत्रून् उच्चाटय उच्चाटय त्रिशूलेन विधारय विधारय कुटारेण भिण्डि भिण्डि खड्गेन छिण्डि छिण्डि खट्वाङ्गेन विपोदय विपोदय मुसलेन निष्पेषय निष्पेषय बाणैः सन्ताडय सन्ताडय रक्षांसि भीषय भीषय भूतानि विद्रावय विद्रावय कूष्माण्ड मारीच वेताल ब्रह्म राक्षसगणान् सन्ताटय सन्ताटय माम् अभयं कुरु कुरु वित्रस्वं माम् आश्वासय आश्वासय नरकभयां माम् उद्धर उद्धर संजीवय संजीवय शत्रुभ्यां माम् आप्यायय आप्यायय दुःखातुरं माम् आनन्दय आनन्दय शिवकवचेन माम् आच्छाटय आच्छाटय मृत्युंजय त्र्यंबक सदाशिव परमशिव नमस्ते नमस्ते. The next offering of the Uttama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyananda Paramashiva Sameta Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva is the offering of the Dravida Veda. Devade Gottama Devada Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Sameta Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Dravida Veda Priya Dravida Veda Avadharaya. சிவா திருச்சிற்றம்பலம். வேயுரு தோழி பங்கன் விதம் உண்ட கண்டன் மிக நல்ல வீணை தடவி மாசிறு திங்கள் கங்கை முடிமேல் அணிந்து என் உளமே புகுந்த அதனால் ஞாயிறு திங்கள் செவ்வாய் புதன் வியாழந்தள்ளி சனிப்பாமிரண்டும் முதனே ஆசரு நல்ல நல்ல அவை நல்ல நல்ல அடையார் அவிற்கு மிகவே. சிவா திருச்சிற்றம்பலம்.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta, Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Sangita Seva. Devadevottama Devata Starvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Sangita Priya Sangitam Avadharaya
Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami Aditya Hridayam Punyam Sarva Shatru Vinashanam Jayavaham Japye Nityam Akshayam Paramam Shivam Koti Surya Swarupinam Ananda Gandha Ishwaram Bhakta Hridaya Nivasinam Nityananda Namostute Koti Surya Swarupinam Ananda Gandha Ishwaram Bhakta Hridaya Nivasinam Nityananda Namostute Sarva Mangala Mangalyam Sarva Papa Pranashanam Chinta Shoka Prasamanam Ayurmalgamam Koti Surya Swarupinam Ananda Gandha Ishwaram Bhakta Hridaya Nivasinam Nityananda Namostute Koti Surya Swarupinam Ananda Gandha Ishwaram Bhakta Hridaya Nivasinam Nityananda Namostute Samudyantam Devasura Namaskritam Pujayasva Visvasantam Bhaskaram Bhuvaneshwaram Koti Surya Swarupinam Ananda Gandha Ishwaram Bhakta Hridaya Nivasinam Nityananda Namostute Koti Surya Swarupinam Ananda Gandha Ishwaram Bhakta Hridaya Nivasinam Nityananda Namostute Sarvadevatmako Hesha Tejasvi Devadeva Suraganan Lokampati Abhasvihi Koti Surya Swarupinam Ananda Gandha Ishwaram Bhakta Hridaya Nivasinam Nityananda Namostute Koti Surya Swarupinam Ananda Gandha Ishwaram Bhakta Hridaya Nivasinam Nityananda Namostute Bhakta Hridaya Nivasinam Nityananda Namostute Nityananda Namostute Nityananda Namostute
Uttama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyananda Parashakti Sameta, Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva is the offering of the Nitya Seva. Devadevottama Devata Starbhabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Shri Nithyananda Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Nitya Priya Nityam Avadharaya.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
The next offering of the Uttama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyananda Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva is the offering of the Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana. Devadevottama Devata Starbhabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Shri Nithyananda Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana Priya Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana Avadharaya. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam
सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. I welcome all the viewers, disciples, and devotees of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan, Nithyananda Paramashivam. I welcome all of you with my humble obeisance, who has joined through various different digital platforms for today's Uttamattama Seva's mind-blowing segment of Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarna, or the segment of Power Manifestation. Today, you will be witnessing one of the greatest happenings in today's world amidst this pandemic. Fatigue, you'll be seeing something really different, which is happening right now, right here in this platform. And it is going to be one of the powers that we, adolescents, are going to be manifesting of 464 plus powers of Paramashiva that Swamiji has beautifully initiated all of us into. And today, we will be manifesting the power of third eye solution. This is a very powerful power, because understand, most of us, a common collective problem that we all go through, that I can confidently say, is the obstacles that we face in our lives. And some obstacles are just there, which is so stubborn that we don't know how to overcome it, or they keep often coming back into our lives. And third eye solution is a great power, because that taps right into that kind of a problem and gives you the solution to overcome that obstacle, or why really the obstacle is even there in the first place. So third eye goes to that subtle detail of why that obstacle has arise. Why do you even have that cognition? What is actually that obstacle really about? Is it really helping you or giving a negative impact in your life? So today we will be having a Balasan manifesting his power. Now, before that, would you like to introduce yourself?
Nityanandam. My name is Manitya Brahmayogananda. I'm 13 years old and I've been studying in Nityananda Gurukul for the past 4 years. Today I'm here to manifest this power of third eye solutions by Paramashiva's grace and him just flowing through me.
That's great. So she'll be manifesting the power, and just with one initiation, I would like to touch upon that topic also. Understand, just with one touch, look, or a mantra given by Swamiji, we have our third eye completely awakened, and with that, we are able to manifest all the 464 plus powers of Paramashiva. And understand, you might have heard about these Naga sadhus, or just sadhus in general, who actually lived in a very cold region doing intense tapas for, let's say, half a century, just so they can get a glimpse of the third eye. And here, we are so blessed to have an avatar as our guru, because understand, his initiations initiates us into shaktis, and we don't require to do this kind of intense tapas. Understand, because the minute Swamiji initiates us, all we have to do is connect with him by chanting the Mahavakya, and we are able to manifest all the powers. On the other hand, these Naga sadhus intensely do tapas just to get a glimpse, right? So what we have are Shaktis. What they are working towards are for Siddhis. And understand, Siddhis are never permanent. They just come and go, and they manifest when you do the intense tapas. Through that is the fruit that you get. But Shaktis are permanent. With just one initiation of the representative of Paramashiva, you are initiated into Shaktis which are permanent, and you are able to manifest any of the Shaktis of Paramashiva anytime, anywhere, as you wish. So this is the beautiful thing about the Siddhis and the Shaktis that we possess. Right now, we have a volunteer for today. Ma, would you like to introduce yourself?
Nithyanandam, I'm Ma Deborah Cherry, and I'm from Toronto, Canada.
Yes, Nithyanandama. So, like we said, Ma Brahma Yoga will be manifesting the power of third eye solution. So, anything that is actually stopping you from manifesting in the reality that you want to happen, let's say currently, or you've been wanting to manifest this reality for such a long time, but then you always come across this obstacle that stops and you just lose interest. So these kind of problems that we face in our day-to-day life, but we just cannot seem to open up about these problems to anyone. If you have these kind of problems, you have come to the right platform. So Ma, we begin the power manifestation, but before that, would you like anything specific to be scanned, or would you like a general third eye solution scanning?
Chant the third eye solution scanning, please, Ma.
Jen. Oh, sorry.
Actually, could you scan and solutions for I have problem of currency or wealth in my life. I've had periods of wealth and periods of poverty, and so I would like to complete with this cycle and this pattern, and be in fullness for Swamiji, for KAILASA, for humanity and the cosmos, and to manifest my reality and others' reality at will. Thank you, Mom.
Yes, sure. Ma Brahmayoga, you heard that? Yes. Ma, before we begin the power manifestation, this will be done, Ma. You'll be able to see, and all the viewers, the participants for today's Shakti Abhishkana, you will be seeing a live happening of where Ma Brahmayoga here. Before we get into that, Ma Brahmayoga, do you know Ma Deborah Cherry? Ma Deborah, do you know Ma Brahmayoga here?
No, Ma.
Have you ever confided any problems before this segment to Ma Brahmayoga?
No, Ma.
So these questions are just so we are clearing all these doubts or whatever the skeptical ones out there have. So Ma Brahmayoga here does not know who Ma Deborah is and vice versa. And she will be scanning what exactly is the problem that Ma Deborah is going through in her life. And all of you will be witnessing that. So before we get into it, we'll be chanting the Mahavakya to get into the power manifestation. And Ma Brahmayoga here will be chanting the Shastra Pramana for the third eye solution. And understand, Shastra Pramanas are these authentic experience or authentic words given by Paramashiva himself talking about the power. And we'll be chanting the Shastra Pramana. Taya Puryashu Murdhantam Bhangtva Bhrukshe Pasetuna Nirvikalpam Manah Kritva Sarvodve Sarvagodgamaha Taya Puryashu Murdhantam Bhangtva Bhrukshe Pasetuna Nirvikalpam Manah Kritva Sarvodve Sarvagodgamaha Taya Puryashu Murdhantam Bhangtva Bhrukshe Pasetuna Nirvikalpam Manah Kritva Sarvodve Sarvagodgamaha. Now, I request all of you to sit with your head, neck, spine in a straight line because the time has come to manifest the power and we'll be chanting the Mahavakya. So, along with us, please sit with your head, neck, spine in a straight line and chant the Mahavakya along with us. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. In the meantime, Ma Deborah, would you like to share to all the viewers and the participants how you came to know about Swamiji in your life?
I was in a very bad place and in my life after a very difficult divorce and whatnot. And I called out in prayer, you know, where is the real freedom? Where is the real liberation? And the next day, the very next day, I was put in front of me, Swamiji, in the computer. Just somehow it popped up in my information popped up in my Facebook. Like I was looking at something else, and then it just appeared, and then I looked into it from that point on, and I ferociously took in the satsangs, and it was in 2017, and I went and saw online all that I could for Mahasannidhanam. And then in January 2018, I visited the Toronto Temple for the first time. And my life has been incredible since. Thank you for the blessing.
Wow, that was a great sharing. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. That is actually so true. Anybody who is in their difficult times of their life, Swamiji beautifully plays his leelas through getting himself known or making other people know about him. Understand, having an avatar who has taken an incarnation of Paramashiva himself during this time of the world, and us to know about Swamiji, understand the amount of penance we have done in our previous life, just so we can get a glimpse of Swamiji. That is the truth. If you want to get a glimpse of Swamiji, you would have done so much penance, unimaginable penance, just so you can get a glimpse of an avatar. And we all have done our enough share of penance to be here with Swamiji, and so have you. And he has beautifully played his Leela through introducing himself when you were in the lowest of life, and now he's giving you a beautiful life through experiencing authentic Sanatana Hindu Dharma through power manifestation, programs, sessions, Paramashivoham, and everything. And it's really nice, ma. And ma Brahma Yoga is already done with the scanning. Should be sharing it, right? Yes, ma. So Paramashiva has revealed that everybody goes through ups and downs in their life, and you are also going through the same. But the powerful cognition which you can hold when you are going through your downs for you to stay strong is, it doesn't matter whatever happens outside, it's only what you hold inside which matters. If you just hold the powerful cognition that Swamiji is with you and he'll take care, even though you're like for example, if you lose all your wealth, you will still be powerful and you'll still be rich from the inside, even though you're poor from outside. And what one more solution which he gave is, when you lose all your wealth, the way you can get it back faster is offering a seva to Paramashiva. Even though you feel that at that point you have no wealth at all, how are you supposed to offer a seva to him? It's fine. Even though you have only 1,000 rupees left, pay that and offer a seva to him. You'll see that immediately you'll be showered with unimaginable quantity of wealth. So this is what Paramashiva has revealed as a solution for you.
Thank you, Ma. Thank you, Swamiji.
Yes, that is so true, ma. Actually, in most of the cases where people go through this wealth problems or issues, they have come up with their sharing saying that even though when I didn't have a penny in my bank, and somehow I would just manifest money to offer seva, they would actually see abundance of wealth flowing in their life immediately. And Swamiji beautifully says, when you contribute to the happening of Hinduism or Guru itself, understand the wealth he'll be showering on you. This is basically what you're doing is you're taking one step towards Swamiji and he's taking 1,000 towards you. That is what is basically the context of offering any seva to Swamiji, because you are taking that conscious and aware step of offering a seva and he's taking 1,000 towards you to burn all incompletion root patterns, karma, be it anything that is negative in your life. He's taking those steps just so you can experience a blissful life. And yes, ma'am. Would you like to share your experience?
Yes, I was having problems with my lower back, and I saw when the healing was happening that it was tied to my root problem, and it felt, all of a sudden it felt warm, and it just spread through my whole body at the time. So now I'm actually not feeling the lower back an issue, and for me, I saw that was the support, and so now I know I have Swamiji's support.
Yes, always, ma. Always. You always have Paramashiva's support. Yes, that was great. It was a great experience and the power manifestation. And like all the participants and the viewers who have witnessed this, understand this is the powerful lifestyle the disciples, devotees, and the Balasians of Paramashiva lead every single day. We are self-sufficient with just one initiation of Swamiji, and we are able to manifest anything in our lives, be it wealth, health, anything that we want, we are manifesting through these amazing powers that Swamiji has beautifully initiated all of us into. And if you want to experience this authentic way of living a Hindu lifestyle, join Paramashivoham programs and have the initiation of Swamiji himself. And with this, we would like to offer our gratitude at the lotus feet of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And we'll be ending with the Purna Mantra now. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavad Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Paduka Pranamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Stay tuned for upcoming events after this and make sure to tune back at 6 p.m. IST for Uttamattama Seva again tomorrow. Thank you. Nithyanandam.
Kailasa, the good God country. Hinduism has something great to offer. Hindu God, Paramashiva, is good. We love him not just because he gives us what we want, but because he is good, and he has so much to offer to the world that makes the best nation. Hindu God has life positive, all-inclusive, good, spiritual, social, political, and moral principles. Hindu principles are guaranteed solutions for all the major problems of humanity: resettlement, violence and lawfare, impoverishment, inequality, environmental footprint, pandemic and biowar, disputes, feminist movement, women's rights, child rights, minority rights, linguistic rights, human rights. Because Hinduism has the best to offer to the world, Kailasa, standing tall since 1994 for the grand narrative of Hinduism, is the good God's country. Founder of Kailasa, Paramashiva, and his 1008th incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, the enlightened civilization, the greatest Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness was birthed by his predecessors of enlightened masters, great rishis, munis, siddhas, who predicted and recognized His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as an incarnation of Paramashiva, as per the science of incarnation described in Hinduism. From his first Chaturmasya at the age of 3 in the year 1980 until the age of 16 in the year 1994, the Supreme Pontiff was trained for the revival of Kailasa. He began reviving Kailasa from the age of 16 after the coronation on the 25th May 1994. Kailasa that we see today is 26 years of sincere hard work of the reviver and Hindu diaspora all over the world. Kailasa has a potential population of 2 billion Hindus worldwide with over 100 million applications to its citizenship already applied. Hinduism has stood over 10,000 years as an enlightened civilization, has been a global beacon of spiritual and timeless wisdom, technology, and culture.
He's wearing a grey jacket. His name is Boris.
The world's ancient civilization produced more than 40% of the world's GDP.
Purpose of life is to experience oneness with the ultimate reality, Paramashiva. Life exists on the planet Earth for last 40 billion years, and 5 times life faced complete extinction on the planet Earth. But somewhere one DNA, one cell, living organism is thrown out of planet Earth, preserved inside a volcano rock. After millions of years comes back to Earth due to gravity or whatever reason, gets into the ocean and starts the life again. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the conscious science to give breakthrough to your DNA through natural selection process and to your consciousness through the conscious decision process. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a sacred spiritual science. It is not bunch of do's and don'ts. No. Please understand, it is the revelations of sacred truths, cosmic truths, powerful cognition. It is still alive. That science is available, time-tested, foolproof. This science of living enlightenment is the complete solution for all the problems individual or society or modern day humanity is facing. Then you will understand all the problems of the modern day humanity. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is solution. Whether the terrorism or climate change, natural calamities or man-made calamities, for all the problems humanity is facing, the only solution is science of living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva from the Vedagamas in the modern day through this body. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution and setting model communities. Understand? Kailasa is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva manifested this Kailasa Mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, Kailasa, by creating a model Kailasas all over the world. I will work sincerely and revive this spiritual science, which is the core for enlightenment ecosystem. making you all manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva, and making all of us manifest Paramashiva.
In a world ravaged by war, ecological destruction, hatred and division, Kailasa stands as a bold vision of human potential, coexistence, organic living, and alignment with nature. Over the past 50 years, the world has seen the creation of dozens of new countries, and so if anything, it would be odd not to see a new country formed in the 21st century. Without the protection of political legitimacy, there is an imminent danger that the great tenets, scriptures, and science of creating an enlightened civilization, which spanned 56 states, 200 kingdoms, 1700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas, will be forever lost to humanity. The Hindu diaspora are highly successful around the world. They formed the dispossessed diaspora who has been driven to other countries because they are unable to practice their religion authentically in their own country. They have flourished in countries where they have been allowed to settle with religious freedom. For example, in the United States, Hindus are the most educated and highest earning community, with 77% of them holding a bachelor's degree and 48% having an income of $100,000 or more. Although they are only 1% of the population, Hindus have launched 13.5% of the startups in the USA. They hold leadership, technical and creative positions in companies such as Microsoft, Google, Facebook, etc. This success has been repeated around the world, in the UK, Canada, Australia, etc. James Kirkup, in his 2015 Telegraph article says, British Indians are not just the most successful immigrant group in this country's recent history, but the most successful group of people, full stop. He continues, more extraordinary than the rise in numbers is how it has taken place so harmoniously and profitably for this country and those in it. British Indians, quite simply, are among the most industrious, accomplished and credible amongst us. The best of British, if you like. The same article says that British Hindus are barely 2% of the population, but 12% of all the doctors. Australia and Canada have understood the ingredients of fast economic growth of the country and are doing everything to attract the educated, rich Hindu community. Hindus are the fastest growing migrant population in Australia. In 2017, 200% more Hindus have received invitation for Canadian Permanent Residency Program. Even now, the Hindu diaspora worldwide are the richest. No divorce, have no cases of drugs and substance abuse, lowest mental disorder, no depression. Hinduism is the only religion which neither converts nor kills. Absolutely non-violent, the elite sect of mankind. Because the Hindu diaspora worldwide and the Supreme Pontiff are successful in spreading their spiritual Hindu message of openness and inclusiveness against the forces of hatred and exclusivity, they have become the victims of relentless attacks by multi-armed apparatus of state power. Anti-Hindu forces, extremist caste, supremacist militant organization want a one ideology, Hinduism, under their exclusive domain. What they cannot digest into themselves, they systematically delegitimize and exterminate. Lawfare, assassination attempts, character assassination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Attempted assassination and assassinated Kailasians. Sexual assaults and rape of female monks of Kailasa. Objectification. Character assassination. State-funded child abuse and sexual abuse on the children of Kailasa.
Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then they showed him a picture.
State-operated embezzlement of funds, properties and assets donated by the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the purpose of the revival of Kailasa. Since 1994, up to until now. Building a nation is not a project accomplished overnight or by virtue of hope. Kailasa is the manifestation of 26 years of sincere hard work, sacrifices, integrity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the past 26 years for the enlightenment of humanity.
day, 33 million square kilometers of the world's total ice-free surface is used not to raise grains, fruits, and vegetables that are directly fed to human beings, but to support the chickens, pigs, and cattle that we eventually eat. That's not even counting the land used to grow crops to exclusively feed these animals. Livestock production, which includes meat, milk, and eggs, uses 1/3 of the world's fresh water. The factory farming industry strives to maximize output while minimizing cost, always at the animal's expense. As a result, 21 million dairy calves are slaughtered for veal or cheap beef every year globally, whether on factory farms, quote-unquote family farms, or small humane certified farms. Due to extensive biological manipulation, today's dairy cows produce up to 12 times more milk than they would naturally to produce to feed a calf. This is not just an animal welfare or environmental concern, it's also a humanitarian crisis because factory farms are diverting precious natural resources like land, water, and fossil fuels to raise farm animals, while millions of people around the world are malnourished and still do not have access to safe drinking water. To make matters worse, consuming meat and dairy products containing hormones, antibiotics, pesticides, and dioxins have been found to increase the risk of cancer, heart problems, and other degenerative diseases in humans. Further, emerging foodborne illnesses are causing public and ecosystem health challenges around the world and are often traced back to industrial animal agriculture. This current practice of factory farming is unsustainable and extremely dangerous for humanity if it continues. This was not how we existed in Vedic times. Animals, especially cows, were treated with the utmost respect. Cows were literally worshipped as mother, as only their milk was drank after the mother's milk. In the Atharva Veda, it describes how she is Kamadhenu, the divine cow that fulfills all our desires. Her body is of a cow and face is of a woman. She was born before the Amrita, when the ocean was churned. Her hair exudes fragrance. From her udder she showers dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. She is an abode to self-knowledge, shelters the sun, moon, and fire god. All the gods and the living beings depend on her. She provides us with food and supreme knowledge, even when we mildly pray.
Decorating deities physically and taking care of the cows physically is one of the best vatavarana for your muscle memory and biomemory.
His Holiness Paramahamsa Nithyananda is reviving the sanctity of the holy cow through the Nithyananda Go Mandir. He has stressed the land without the cows, go, and the dust of the cow's feet, go dhuli, is not a worthy place to live.
Cow worship is a direct spiritual practice.
In the Nithyananda Go Mandir, Swamiji has created a beautiful Vedic ambiance for Go Mata. Here, the cows are treated with the utmost love, respect, and compassion. Mothers are never separated from their babies, and no cows are ever killed or harmed. Currently, the Nithyananda Go Mandir houses 130 cows, which are mostly Desi breed cows. The medicinal properties of products from Desi cows is uncomparable to any Jersey or hybrid cow. Unlike A1 milk produced by Jersey cows, A2 milk produced by Desi cows is good for clearing cholesterol in the blood vessels, strengthening immunity, and increasing brain power. Even the urine produced by the Desi cow has medicinal and nutritional value. Holding highest respect to cows and encouraging the revival of Vedic farming and rearing of Desi cows, Swamiji has embarked on the Nithyananda Goshala project to spread Go Mandirs worldwide in all Nithyananda Adinams. The Nithyananda Go Mandir's main objective is to restore the established Desi breeds of Bharat, adopt Vedagamic principles of animal husbandry management and agricultural practices, and set as model institute for public awareness on the productivity and economic prospect of Desi cattle dairy. Ultimately, it will create a conscious, cognitive shift in the modern farming community, which is corrupted by the exotic crossbreeding programs introduced by the West, with the sole intention of destroying our glorious Desi breeds. Bhagavan Paramahamsa intends to have a full-fledged Nithyananda Gomandir of the strength of 5,000 heads of Desi cows, accompanied by auxiliary industries that utilize all the byproducts of dairy, milk, cream, ghee, panchagavya, dung, organic compost manure, vermicompost, dry dung cakes, incense sticks and dupes, distilled urine, all in large-scale industrial proportions. Along with having a full-fledged Gomandir, Swamiji intends to breed Desi cows and share them with neighboring communities to spread the value and benefit of them. Today, 33 million square kilometers of the world's total ice-free surface is used not to raise grains, fruits, and vegetables that are directly fed to human beings, but to support the chickens, pigs, and cattle that we eventually eat. That's not even counting the land used to grow crops to exclusively feed these animals. Livestock production, which includes meat, milk, and eggs, uses 1/3 of the world's fresh water. The factory farming industry strives to maximize output while minimizing cost, always at the animal's expense. As a result, 21 million dairy calves are slaughtered for veal or cheap beef every year globally, whether on factory farms, quote-unquote family farms, or small humane certified farms. Due to extensive biological manipulation, today's dairy cows produce up to 12 times more milk than they would naturally to produce to feed a calf. This is not just an animal welfare or environmental concern, it's also a humanitarian crisis because factory farms are diverting precious natural resources like land, water, and fossil fuels to raise farm animals, while millions of people around the world are malnourished and still do not have access to safe drinking water. To make matters worse, consuming meat and dairy products containing hormones, antibiotics, pesticides, and dioxins have been found to increase the risk of cancer, heart problems, and other degenerative diseases in humans. Further, emerging foodborne illnesses are causing public and ecosystem health challenges around the world and are often traced back to industrial animal agriculture. This current practice of factory farming is unsustainable and extremely dangerous for humanity if it continues. This was not how we existed in Vedic times. Animals, especially cows, were treated with the utmost respect. Cows were literally worshipped as mother, as only their milk was drank after the mother's milk. In the Atharva Veda, it describes how she is Kamadhenu, the divine cow that fulfills all our desires. Her body is of a cow and face is of a woman. She was born before the Amrita, when the ocean was churned. Her hair exudes fragrance. From her udder she showers dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. She is an abode to self-knowledge, shelters the sun, moon, and fire god. All the gods and the living beings depend on her. She provides us with food and supreme knowledge, even when we mildly pray.
Decorating deities physically and taking care of the cows physically is one of the best vatavarana for your muscle memory and biomemory.
His Holiness Paramahamsa Nithyananda is reviving the sanctity of the holy cow through the Nithyananda Gomandir. He has stressed the land without the cows, go, and the dust of the cow's feet, Godhuli, is not a worthy place to live.
Cow worship is a direct spiritual practice.
In the Nithyananda Gomandir, Swamiji has created a beautiful Vedic ambiance for Gomata. Here, the cows are treated with the utmost love, respect, and compassion. Mothers are never separated from their babies, and no cows are ever killed or harmed. Currently, the Nithyananda Mandir houses 130 cows, which are mostly Desi breed cows. The medicinal properties of products from Desi cows is uncomparable to any Jersey or hybrid cow. Unlike A1 milk produced by Jersey cows, A2 milk produced by Desi cows is good for clearing cholesterol in the blood vessels, strengthening immunity, and increasing brain power. Even the urine produced by the Desi cow has medicinal and nutritional value. Holding highest respects to cows and encouraging the revival of Vedic farming and rearing of Desi cows, Swamiji has embarked on the Nithyananda Goshala project to spread Gomandirs worldwide in all Nithyananda Adinams. The Nithyananda Gomandir's main objective is to restore the established Desi breeds of Bharat, adopt Vedagamic principles of animal husbandry management and agricultural practices, and set as model institute for public awareness on the productivity and economic prospect of Desi cattle dairy. Ultimately, it will create a conscious, cognitive shift in the modern farming community, which is corrupted by the exotic crossbreeding programs introduced by the West, with the sole intention of destroying our glorious Desi breeds. Bhagavan Paramahamsa intends to have a full-fledged Nithyananda Gomandir of the strength of 5,000 heads of Desi cows, accompanied by auxiliary industries that utilize all the byproducts of dairy, milk, cream, ghee, panchagavya, dung, organic compost manure, vermicompost, dry dung cakes, incense sticks and dupes, distilled urine, all in large-scale industrial proportions. Along with having a full-fledged Gomandir, Swamiji intends to breed Desi cows and share them with neighboring communities to spread the value and benefit of them. Today, 33 million square kilometers of the world's total ice-free surface is used not to raise grains, fruits, and vegetables that are directly fed to human beings, but to support the chickens, pigs, and cattle that we eventually eat. That's not even counting the land used to grow crops to exclusively feed these animals. Livestock production, which includes meat, milk, and eggs, uses 1/3 of the world's fresh water. The factory farming industry strives to maximize output while minimizing cost, always at the animal's expense. As a result, 21 million dairy calves are slaughtered for veal or cheap beef every year globally, whether on factory farms, quote-unquote family farms, or small humane certified farms. Due to extensive biological manipulation, today's dairy cows produce up to 12 times more milk than they
Paramasugatam kevalam jnanamurtim bandvadidam gaganasadusham tattvamakshadilakshyam egam nityam vimalamachalam sarvadi sakshibhudam bhavadidam trigunarahitam sadgurum tam namami. Nithyanandam everyone. Welcome to the panel discussion today. Just to remind you, a few of the viewers, every weekend we are having an excellent panel discussions. This is a continuation of this. Today we are going to see the topic on Kailasa, reviving a peaceful, enlightened Hindu civilization. This is exactly what Swamiji spoken yesterday. We are going to just view this topic on through seva to sacred cows, how we are going to revive the peaceful, enlightened Hindu civilization. That's going to be the panel discussion today. To remind you, we had a discussion on Hindu education, Hindu economy, and Hindu medicines. So this is a continuation of that. Before introducing our eminent panels, just I wanted to set the context of today. What are we discussing about it? I'm sure most of you must have listened the beautiful satsangh of Swamiji yesterday. I'm just trying to take that and expand it and just see how our panel is going to take it to the next stage from the perspective of how seva to sacred cows is going to helpful for the enlightened Hindu civilization, that is peaceful enlightened Hindu civilization. So according to Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we all know that cow is an embodiment of all god and goddesses. Just by living and serving the cows, one attains the punya, that we know that all the gods and what are the services we can do to the god and goddesses just by serving cow, go mata, we are going to get that punya. Just living with the cows, touching them, serving them, all our violences, anger just melts away. We all become a passionate and loving being. There are many techniques Swamiji has given on completions. Okay. We have done it. SDK, completion technique, unclutching. Just being with cow and living in the space of love being of a cow. Completion happens by default. This is being told in our Shastras, our Vedas, Agamas has been repeated many times. And thousands of ancient studies shows how cow took care of our mental sickness, disorders, illness. What all this modern medicine, so-called the psychology, is talking about it. And we know how the psychology industry works. Pills after pills, and they just make the human as a vegetable. That is the way today the modern medicine treat the sickness, mental sickness and disorder. Immediately they will label something. Most of your emotions, which is not average, it will be labeled as a disorders and illness, and they started curing it. They are an industry. Okay, you are a customer of it. We know all this. We have discussed this in detail in the Hindu medicine panel discussion. So the cow, when the person start living with the cow, it's all this mental sickness, we call it as an incompletion or a disorder, just melts away. No, unknowingly, without any effort. So it's not just a ritual context. When we talk about cow, the holy cow is a word used, misused, abused in the spiritual community and outside community, and it's one of the politicized word, I can call it as. So it's just not only a good act or punya or social service, or how other organization consider us, let's keep it as a animal saving thing. It's beyond all that. Swamiji very clearly mentioned living with cow and doing cow seva is a direct path to enlightenment. This is his Mahavakya. It's Mahavakya for us. Kosalas are going to make more and more people enlightened in the modern era. That's what Swamiji's created many institutions like NSJP. We have a panelist who would be discussing about that in a beautiful explained way. His idea is connect every human being to Ko-Seva directly or indirectly, so they just get and enjoy this enlightenment path, a quicker enlightenment path. Because Paramashiva doesn't want anyone to miss this enlightenment for any reasons. It may be a modernity or the urgency of the world or changing patterns of the world. For some reasons, people get more stress and stress. Okay, it's not only for an elder, even the students or the kids started getting stressed nowadays. So he has blessed this planet with a cow. Okay, so just to take a few of the agamic and our Puranic examples, Bhagavan Sri Krishna declares beautifully in his thing, let there be cows in front of me, behind me and all around me. Just, I don't want anything, I'll be living with a cow. Cow is enough. We know he is a Gopala. In Bhatmapura also, Bhatma Purana is revealing that cows are robe of the goddess of the wealth. Since don't touch them. There exists a beautiful relationship between man and cow. The home without a cow is like one without dear ones. In Tamil, it's called Padinarum Petru Peruvalvu Varka. They just, when we just bow down to the elders, they just bless with, you get 16 wealth, 16 type of wealth. One of the wealth is cow. So we know we have references, beautiful references in Vedakamic Puranas, and we know the story of Swetaketu, who lived a life with cow and he got enlightened. So With the modern world facing the problem of us, stress, do we are looking for a stress-free world? Are we looking for a leisure and relaxed lifestyle, but still we want to get enlightened? Then let's start living with cow and get enlightened. The very lifestyle of living with a cow, Goshala, it just make us a sway the Ketu. So this is one of the main point of reviving a peaceful, enlightened Hindu civilization, the topic which we are going to talk about. There are many ways through Hindu education, Hindu medicine, Hindu economy, everywhere the things has to change. That is the, all components of Hindu civilization. But serving cows through seva to sacred cows, how we are going to revive which once upon a time they existed, peaceful, enlightened Hindu civilization. That's what we are going to talk about. So with this context setting, with a small brief, I would like to introduce the panel. So this panel would be talking about what is the importance of the cow, seva, and they would be talking from all the dimensions, the spirituality and science, and from all the dimensions they are going to share their experience, their thought. And there are some successful, they're not only a talkers, they have done something on this direction. They have really extended their hand and they have dedicated their life towards making this world enlightened. So I would welcome our panelist, Madhav Habar and Darshanji. Okay, apart from this, we have a panelist of Sri Atmatatvaya and Pranavaya, who would be representing what Swamiji's vision and what Swamiji is trying to do on this direction, on this dimension. Right, so thanks all of you for being here once again, and I'm welcoming Sri Ma Prematma Swami also. It's an excellent panel. I'm really excited. So next few hours, please be in the space of listening. When you are in the space of listening, things started getting downloaded for you. So let's, like how cow would be in a complete listening space, how cow would be just sitting and enjoying, and it just make the things and complete the things. So let's all be like a cow for next 1.5 hours. We are going to have an excellent panel discussion, and we are going to listen a lot of information, news and information from this panelist. All our channels are open. You can reach us with your questions, and we would be, if the questions reaches us, we would be asking our panelists also. With that, let me start with an introduction of the panelists. First, Madhav M.S. Heber. Welcome, sir. To give a short introduction, Madhavji has done his engineering from IIT Mumbai. He is working in the area of biogas to electrical engineer and gas and menu. His specific contribution is he created a Desi cow network for A2 milk and milk products. And he worked on chemical-free vegetables, fruits, that organic side also. He has done a lot of contribution. He is researched on natural medicine also. He has a long list, and I think he traveled along the globe, many places, and he learned many, I can say, rural techniques, and he tried to put it in the ecosystem, and he's trying to contribute how this cow ecosystem can be set up. And apart from this, he's very happy to call himself as rural entrepreneur development. That's one of the area he spent a lot of his time. Apart from this, since he's from IIT, he's providing how IT solution also can be worked on agro-animal husbandry and rural activities. That is a short note on him. Once again, thank you very much, Madhavji. We welcome you. Second is Darshanji from Sri Jeevan Diary. Actually, he is from the farmer family. Okay. He said, I born, lived, breathed with the entire, farming ecosystem. Cow is very near and dear to him from his childhood, and he has done his MBA from New York after a stint in corporate work. By listening Rajiv Dixit, he got inspired, and he has taken the responsibility of this Desi breed. And we all know that what all the kind of mix is happening and how our Desi breed is getting died, and we will be discussing this in detail in our platform. So he said, good bloodlines of cow maintenance is going to be the his key area like Rathi and Saiwal, Harbarkar, Haryana breed, some of the breeds he is very focusing and just try to see this expands in our cow ecosystem. So 102 cows is managing without any help of it. Now he's looking for a help from outsiders to take up this his science and his work and contribution to the bigger bigger network. And his mission is, he was saying very nicely, that each and every farmer must have one cow. It's not only the farmer. He say all this farming ecosystem people has to have one cow. It's very easy for them to manage, and by that, we have 125 crores populations, and statistics says actively 30 to 40% of still farmers and farmer ecosystem is there. So one farmer, a cow, if they just start doing it, it's a good economic system for a farmer also. From that, this whole ecosystem will be getting revived. That is a few of the area he works on. So with that welcome note, let me get into the, of course, Atmatatvaya and Pranavaya has already done a lot of activities to take cow vision of Swamiji's to our Sangha and outside Sangha. So thanks all of you for coming to this panel discussion. Thank you so much for your time. And so there are three major questions this panel is going to discuss about. One is, why cow? I'm sure all of you know that. We all practicing Hindu. This question may look very simple, and to the extent it's nonsense also. But to India, you all know what's happening. There is a lot of questions have been raised, and a lot of debates are happening on why cow. And to bring one law, what all we are going through. We all know that. So first we talk about why cow. Is it just a spirituality? It's a myth. It's a highly fabricated spirituality. This is a question we commonly face in the outer world. The second question is, why this so great culture died? What are the challenges? Why it's happened? If it is a good ecosystem, it was an easy enlightenment system, it should have been sustained. What are the key reasons? Well, we may say it's Islamic invasion, British invasion. Then after we have 70 years of our great independence, then where we are losing, where we are missing the bus, that's going to be our second topic of what are the challenges. Third one is, yes, that what next, what went wrong is the second chapter, second question, then third one, we are going to talk about what are the current challenges. Is it really, can we make it happen? Or can we survive as a industry, or just as a spiritual, or the combination of both? We don't have the right model, or we can just say, tick it and say, hey, this is the right model. There are some kind of heterogeneous models are evolving. So with all these challenges, why cow? Why this whole beautiful civilization went down? And what are the current challenges to evolve? This is exactly we have to look into. Yes, so I will just start with panel that first question, why cow? Madhavji, you can just start if you are comfortable. You are audible? Madhavji, are you there? Nithyanandam? Okay, he has some technical issue till he is coming. Can I ask Pranavaji, can you just start this panel? Why cow?
Nithyanandam. Welcome to Madhavji and Darshanji. They are really eminent panelists we have. We are honored, and they are the people really working at the ground level. They have a lot of information to contribute to our panel and to the world too. Now, coming to this panel discussion, it's a beautiful subject, it's long awaited, and to go to public. Cow. See, Kailasa found by our Bhagavan, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, essentially revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. It's revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. It means revival of all the principles that is held by Hindu Sanatana Dharma. Sorry, one second. Sanatana Dharma. Cow, Goshala. Goseva was the prominent culture of Hindu Vedic era. There are so many things have said about it, and many avatars have talked about it, and many avatars have been associated with it. And Bhagavan has promoted Goseva in a very big way by not only just talking, he has implemented it. He has created Goshalas all over. He has taught the ways how to bring up cows. How to bring up cows. I have calls from Goshala again. Anyway, bring the cows in the natural way as per the agamic suggestions. Now, speaking about cows, cow itself is one, not a species. Understand very clearly, as per Bhagavan's statements also, and from our Vedagamic explanations, cow is not just another species. Cow and whales are supposed to be extraordinary beings. They are very Paramashiva himself, the expression of all the best. The cows are supposed to be born with compassion and non-violence as the biomemory from them. So by merely living with the cow, you will be able to acquire this compassion and non-violence without any difficulty or without any labor. That is why Bhagavan addressed this as lazy man's path to enlightenment. It is also proved scientifically, plenty of scientific information is available, the effects of aura of the cows. The aura of the cows runs around to 30 meters. Somebody who is staying in the premises itself will get the benefits of the cow energy. The bull energy is capable of serving treatment for many infertility. Same way, cows also. If anybody would stay in a cow's premises, in a cow shed, the fertility problems are solved. Yeah, I'm just not talking about some literary information, but it's approved. Scientific papers are available. Understand very clearly. It is our Sanatana Hindu Dharma. We always go by Shastra Pramana, Apta Pramana, Atma Pramana, and Sakshi Pramana. We don't have to be called as plagiarism. You know, otherwise the Western world, who is just taking advantage of the scientific advancement and redoing everything what we did thousands of years back and claiming patents and as their discoveries. You understand? So, coming back to cows. Cows, originally, we had a huge population. We were the world's second largest population. Even before the so-called industry, even before the advent of others, we had the biggest population. Every house had a cow. Understand? Every house had a cow. Every house started their day with cow worship. That is part of our culture. Go Puja, Go Seva was very part of it because they knew by merely being with the cow, they could invite everything, all the abundance they require in life. See, cow, in our scriptures, it is said they carry 33 crore gods. They carry all the Lokapalakas, they carry all the Ashtadigpalakas, they carry all the Navagrahas. Every god. You see, Hinduism always addressed every element as God. Fire as God, water as God, air as God. You understand? Rain as God, cloud as God. Everything was addressed as God. That is how these 33, because it would be easily you can question, what is that 33 crores? Where did they come from? Because every energy we addressed as God.
Fantastic. Yes.
Understand? So these 33 crore gods exist in the cow. You understand? Goshala is always referred to as a home for happy cows. It is not just a cow shed or it's not a shelter. You understand? See, dairy is a wrong translation of Goshala. Understand?
Exactly.
dairy is never existed in our science, in our Hinduism. It is a misnomer painted by British or whoever it is. Dairy is totally different from Goshala. Goshala is a home of happy cows, where a happy cows means every cows have got freedom. They live by their choice. Understand?
Got it, Ji.
So once again,
I
Go
think
ahead.
Madhavji has connected. Thank you, Madhavji.
Yeah,
we are just discussing about why cow. Okay, so are you okay with your connections? Yes. If you want to share something, you can. You're muted, Aya?
Yeah, now it's unmuted.
Yes, you can. We
You
are
can
just
hear,
discussing
right?
about I can hear you. Perfect.
I heard the whole conversation of Pranavananda ji also. Okay. Now let me get into the point. First thing is, I'm not an engineer per se. Okay, I'm a designer. Okay, let that correction be there, because suddenly down the lane somebody will power. In the public, anything can happen. So primarily, I'm a designer who turned into visual communicator and product designer. But that's just the academic qualification. It happens so, like another person here, Darshan, is also there, who has a motivation from Rajiv Dixit ji. So I'm of the same breed. Okay. So what happened was, once I got into India, I thought, like, it's better not to go in for a dairy model, rather go associate with the farmers, with Deshi cow. And as Pranavananda ji just told, like, once you connect with the cow, things start opening up. And we found around 1.8 lakh cows of Halika breed. So for us, milk always was a bonus. Okay. So we wanted to sustain the cow without milk. That's the whole point. So for that, since the farmers have been told since for 40, 50 years, like, that cow is for milk. It is not like that. According to our ancient civilization, cows' bonus is milk and rest is gobar, urine, vagera. Okay, so always our ancestors went in for chemical-free farming. And it has not been damaged in India. I'm telling you, like, people have this thing, abhi convert karna hai. नहीं, काफी कुछ है, जो है उसको बचाओ पहले. अच्छा? जैसे कि instead of dairy, should I carry on?
बुरा नहीं हुआ है, वही बोलना चाहते हैं.
हाँ, वही तो बोल रहा हूँ.
Please continue.
So that way we went, and we formed a small team, and we just went around the villages and started talking to farmers, get them involved. That's it. By 2009, we had started our trial runs. So we did take milk. The reason we took milk from them was, otherwise it's going to turn into a big mafia. Okay, even today, A2 milk is quite a mafia. So once you hold them onto milk and pay them a better price, then the bevy of cattle is there with us. It's a virtual food, building a virtual food basically. And we also found that each net worth of each village in India, I think we have 1.5 lakh villages, or 6 lakh somewhere, whatever it is 100 crore a village. Okay, the net worth is calculated this way: the acreage of bhumi the farmer has, and the bovines and the ovines and all the things in the ecosystem, plus his house, plus his skill set. See, we don't consider farmer's skill set as a skill at all. So each village in India is approximately 100 crores. So multiply that into how many ever villages we can, I don't have right figures, though I can Google it out. So yes, ultimately the net, because of this
Madhavji,
agro or...
Madhavji, I'm little pumped up with your figures. You mean to say, just for our viewers also, I'm just, reiterating, you say every village have 100 crore. You are valuing every village.
Average. Okay. There are big villages, small villages, hamlets, then there are revenue villages, then there are the villages deep in the forest, then we have Vanvasi villages. So altogether, okay, 100, let us take it as an average. I do have the figures. So the thing is, this is what our review told, like, this is the reason why we are getting FDI. Today we are in India, if we are getting FDI, it is because of food. Somehow the food is still secure. Bovines are secure, ovines are secure. We have enough greenery, and we have 400 million acres of land to be, which is arable land. And then for that, we have 200 million bovines. Okay. So every 2 acres, you are having a cow. Okay. Now, the percentage of indigenous cow is actually more, because the most of the cow belongs to the Vanavasis, Mula Nivasis, and the people, pastoral people we call them. Okay, it doesn't belong to Goshala. It doesn't belong to dairies. Okay, it belongs to them, and they have the maximum. 67% of Indian cow population is with them. Then comes private farmers. Then comes breeding centers. Then comes, so when you say they are the maximum who hold the land. So we better, instead of handholding IT and BT, because there are too many people handholding IT and BT, we will handhold these people. So that's how we started. And it went on, and we have created rural entrepreneurs. There are 4 people, 4 different units which handle milk and urine. And for what is needed today is a good food. We have to go for quality food. But unfortunately, we are on the quantity side still. That's the biggest drawback. The reason for this is we don't have societies. That is, the people who want to do right things don't have societies. And according to the Indian law, heritage cow societies have certain kind of assistance. So that's directly from central government. Now nobody is attempting that. The fun is that, like they can track us through Aadhaar, but we don't want to track our tax where it goes. That's the sickest aspect I've ever. I laugh about it. I tell people like, okay. So
yes, Madhavji. So
now you can ask
the point I will surely. Yeah. So I will surely touch upon. You touched me the 2 points which I'm going to, I will ask you to try to elaborate on, how this, what government can do. And apart from this, you say there is a word called society has to be formed. So I also would touch upon that in our second phase. Actually, we are having a 3 category of question. One question we are talking about why cow. Second is why it died. And third is the challenges. Probably in the challenges we would be taking up why the existing models or as an industry has died. That's what we will touch upon. Meanwhile, Atma Tattva Ayya, you have anything to say on why cow? From all the dimensions of spirituality, what Swamiji is talking about, and your experience, you have interacted with many cow ecosystem. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I think cows has proven to be a boon to the rural economy, right? Today we are seeing an increasing dependence on chemical-based, farming, and so much of bad things that have happened in the farming sector because of this dependence in the last decade or 2, where we have our farmers had to move continuously towards fertilizer and chemical-based farming because they were being advised to do that, and hence they fell out of kind of utility with the cow, because they did not really see the other aspects of the cow, right? Apart from the milk, which was very useful, and it became a real problem for them to sustain a cow in their house with all of these things that were happening, right? So it really created a huge issue for the farmers, and we cannot blame them for that, because many of our government agencies or the agricultural departments were actually giving them advices which was taking the cow out of the equation of the whole farming. Whereas our earlier civilizational knowledge has always been how this whole ecosystem, the cow is a central part of the whole farming ecosystem. And then around the cow, you do organic farming, around the cow, you do milk, you do production of other kind of things. But ultimately, the cow becomes the central even for agriculture activities. So this created a huge problem for the rural sector, where we then had a lot of farmers having to sell off their their livestock for their living, simply because it became too expensive for them to maintain their stock. So this is where I think this understanding, going back to the roots, right? Understanding how cow plays an important role in the whole farming sector, and how we returning back to the organic ways, and then returning back to giving the central role to the cow can actually help build our economy, right? For a farmer, his whole livelihood can really turn around if he recognizes this fact and he starts operating on this. And there are many successful models, people who have successfully broken this and shown it to us. I think even Madhavji was throwing a lot of highlight. I was I was really fascinated by the numbers that he was talking about. Hallikars, I mean, like they are like an extraordinary breed of cows in Karnataka. So reviving that is one of the most important things, I think. So like that, so more and more people are coming forward these days to recognize the importance that cow can play in revival of the Indian economy.
Yes.
I mean, the rural farmers, making them Atmanirbhar, right? Like whatever the Prime Minister gave a call. And throughout the teachings of Swamiji, right, and our civilizational knowledge, it has been a singular fact that the cow is the most important thing for us simply because of these reasons. So I think that is one of the thoughts that I had that I felt should be shared.
Adultatwaya, if you see, like, today after our independence, the every 5 years plans we were thinking, it's not only in the farming, even in anything, we just took away our civilizational values out of our plan. Industry started looking separately. Farming, we went to so-called an industrialization. We were in the mood of just catching up with an industrial era without knowing the impact of it. It's more of a quantity. The challenge has been somehow projected that, oh God, we are growing populations, how we would be serving. It's not only in farming. So this basic, I call this a stupid thought, as if after independence only our population is growing, which is not the case. Anyway, our population was growing, right? And we have the right ecosystem in all the fronts to survive that. But somehow the pressure has come that every 5 years they plan how to industrialize it. So the thought itself take away that this indigenous system will work. So the main crux, what I'm just pulling it from your discussion, is the reason or the feeling that, or a fear that indigenous system will not work. We have to look something outside. Is it what created one of the major tent in whether it's a farming or not maintaining a cow? So what all the indigenous system were providing, we started thinking that as a liability instead of an asset. Instead of modernizing it, we went become, as Swamiji says, is westernized, and we completely thrown away the existing thing. So that's a directional loss we had it. From this, I request Darshanaya to just share your thoughts on why cow. And let's all remind our viewers that why cow, we are just to do our cow seva. We are just talking about how our enlightenment society can be revived. Darshanaya, hand over to you. Please just start. Share your thoughts. Thank you. You are mute, I think. Your voice is a little shaky.
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Yeah. Darshan, still there's a lot of background voice coming up. Yes. It's little better, but if you could be able to still little arrange it, or you can switch your camera. If
I think range won't be there. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, better Darshan ji, please start. Yeah, better. Darshan ji is white. It's audible, but it's having a break.
Nityananda.
Okay. We will set right it. Just let's give a couple of minutes. Since there's some technical hitch, I would like to go to Pranava Ayya. I am sorry I cut you in between when you are explaining why cow.
Let us get back now. I heard very good, Hebarji. The thing is very beautiful. I know the economics impact is going to be very heavy if we are going to concentrate on the methodology and things what they're talking about. Actually, the main important thing I want to stress here is, even as what Bhagavan says, is the loss of the spiritual context. Unless we are going to set that spiritual context and bring back the cows to its place of reverence. You see, until we get back the cow to its place of reverence, it is simply impossible. You see, you don't worry about other nations respect them, whether Jews respect them, Israelis respect them, or Muslims respect them. No, let's not worry about it. Let us create in our country, in Hinduism, bring back the reverence back to its place. By merely bringing, that is the reason we are doing by default Go Puja every day. 2 hours. We are requesting everybody to keep a cow. Just merely doing Go Puja, you are going to bring back that cow reverence. You see, advising, encouraging everybody to have a cow. If they cannot have a cow, go and do Go Seva in a place where the cows are available, or contribute yourself for Go Seva. Like this, associating with them, they will have kind of an attachment to the cows. The reverence will build up. The moment the love for cow happens, they will become vegetarians. You don't have to be a vegan. You don't have to be campaigning for vegan. Vegetarianism will happen. Swamiji is striving so much. He has created Nirar Samyama and hundreds of Samyamas he is doing. It has created, I tell you, I am being a global coordinator. I tell you how many thousands of registrations we have had now for Nirar Samyama. Every time he is advancing new Samyamas. All finally taking us towards the vegetarian diet, making us bring that biomemory of compassion and non-violence. So this is where we have to strive hard to bring back our Indian Vedic culture of reverence to cows.
Exactly. So even when you mentioned the point of this, whales and cows are one of the being which can bring the complete non-violence today. That even as a cost, yeah, if you take the Western countries are spending a lot of money, lot of efforts to bring one thing down. Just for a utopian, ideology, we think if we could able to bring some 40-50% of violence in the cosmos to down, how many terrorist things attacks we can avoid? How many, you can say a military today, the investment or the, budget which is going on for every countries. We all know that every country is spending, year on year for, the security purpose. All because of what? Just simple violence of a human being, an individual. Of course, that percolate as a, so-called nation violence and, religion support or not. As you exactly said, Pranavaya, you said nicely, the violence bringing down this would be a single point is enough to bring the biggest changes in the cosmos, isn't it?
Very important. See, when we say you should keep cows, economics also comes in mind. Why you should have cows. I tell you, as Madhavji told wisely, cow is not meant for milk. You understand? Milk is become an industry and greed created to go behind milk. Actually, cow is kept and milk is only a bonus. Every house had cow and these pastorals took care of grazing them and bringing back to them. And they used to keep bulls. They had one of the best pedigrees. They had kept mostly orally maintained pedigrees with so much of memory. And see, all our genetic diversity, including our gotras, are created by rishis. Okay. We had enough gotras in every breed. We lost the genetic diversity, but fortunately, the central government has realized it and they've opened up centers, the central cattle breeding farms, and restore and maintain these breeds and pedigrees. In fact, our Goshala also, we brought these pedigreed Gir cows from north, wonderfully maintained. So what I'm trying to say is, cow economics was there before also, it is there now also. You understand? A cow just merely eating the grass is capable of taking care of your economics. It will give enough gobar that will take care of your energy requirements, enough urine that will take care of your medical requirements. Milk is only a nourishment for your family. You see, that is how we lived. There was enough milk and overflowing. Now, let me tell you, even if we have to say industry-based dairying, we have to propose using the desi cows. You understand? It is not difficult, but the industry-based situation now is breeds so much greed naturally violence
Exactly.
comes. When you bring industry, the moment you bring industry into dairy or our cattle keeping, cattle farming, what happens? You don't want the male calf, you don't want to keep the bull because you can use artificial insemination, you don't need a bull, and you don't need a male calf, and you don't like to, and dairying comes with the culling. Culling means what? Eliminating who is non-productive. Understand?
So here I wanted to have one question, Pranavji. I was just also sharing earlier also. In one of the conferences, I happened to meet a CEO of a dairy firm. So we were all discussing. My question was, I was just sharing what we are doing in a cow and seva. He said, fine. See, he said, Avi, you try to understand, I cannot question your belief. Okay, all this dairy. So I have two questions to this panelist. Okay, we are just moving to the second category of that, why it went down and the challenges. In 1970s, let me take a name like Amul. Today, it's been regarded in our management studies. We with all respect and reverence, we understood that just because of them, the kind of a model they brought in, it just created a revolution. We are reading that as a revolution case studies. Okay, so but I'm just hearing all of you, as you clearly said, it's not an industry. So where is this gap? Is it one side? Are we thinking it's true belief, or spiritually we wanted to keep something, or in other side, where we are talking a model which is not flourishing or updated to the thoughts? Is it a gap there, or are we missing something, or is it the matter or the requirement of recontextualizing? He said, fine, I don't have any, even as an Hindu, I'm happy in just praying a cow and everything in the photos, all fine. But when it comes to a business, okay, that's what his question is.
I want to answer this.
I want
is a living example. He's just doing what Kurian did for the Amul. You see, he is going behind every desi cow and collecting the milk. We could have set up the same cooperative farming with our desi cows. You understand? Instead of just collecting 100 liters from 10 cows, they could have collected 100 liters from 100 cows. You understand? But that was not the case. The more the milk they get, better. The reason, see, the less number of cows will be kept in a place to get more number of cows. Then how this could be produced by increasing the milk yield? That is how the crossbreeding happened. Then they spoiled all the bloodlines of our cows.
Correct.
Yes.
The greedy.
Because Hallikar is crossed with a HF. Hallikar will give half liter to 2 liters, maximum 3 liters. And these people want 30 liters. How will they get? Naturally, they have to breed a cow which bull gives 40 liters through daughter. So the next generation gave at least 25 liters. So, you see, this is what crossbreeding. Crossbreeding itself is greed.
Greed, exactly. With an objective that how I can make a better result. Or,
I want to tell you here, our cows, what advantage it had. They had extremely highly developed bloodline, which contributed to your health. You see, Bhagavan said every region carried everything what is required for the region. So our rishis focused on it. You see, our urine of the cow is one of the best medicine available to you, well described centuries ago in Ayurveda, in Atharvaveda, in many of the scriptures. Garuda Purana and so many places, they have recommended. You don't need any kind of, patents or research papers for this. Very well, authentically stated. And many Sakshi Pramanas are available today, and many research articles, scientific articles are available today. Plenty to prove that a cow's urine benefit. So there is a cow urine is sold at rupees some 500 rupees a liter or something like that, no less. It is nothing less short of milk. It is more than value of milk. So cow dung is also sold very well now. So it is not an economic situation at all. All you need is to promote our desi cows and bring that economic back, and more so putting stress on the legislators to understand. You see, I am a veterinary surgeon. I'm not just an outsider who just talking about. I'm a scientist qualified. Being a doctor, I'm telling what Kurian did was not, it's actually a penalized Indian system actually.
Exactly. So it's not only the revolution. In fact, it has taken back and it has taken us out from the root.
Yes,
Madhavji,
what Hebar is doing should be called as revolution.
yes, revolution, exactly. So we wanted to give Madhavji, you wanted to share something on this ground with your live examples. Yes, you have to unmute.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're audible. Yes, please.
Yeah. Normally this Amul thing is overcoated. Yeah. Just a small look at dairy industry. Any dairy industry, after it crosses a limit, they have to take subsidies. What all the profits they post is all basically, it's the carry forward. If you were to be a chartered accountant, you will understand how the book.
Book of.
So once you have a say X liter, say a lakh liter going, then you are bound to get subsidy. Yeah, you will get. And let's understand the technology in this way. Say 5,000 to 10,000 liters, you need not pasteurize milk. Yeah. So it can be through the cold chain, you can send it, the raw milk can be sent. Okay. So this way, pasteurization means again, you have to cross that limit and then you have to put up a 60 lakh rupees plant. It's a centralized plant where the milk will come or whatever will come and, milk product. So when you decentralize, you have if you have 4 micro dairies, you will get 4 micro dairies in 60 lakhs. This nobody understands. So what they do is they entangle themselves in a sort of policy and what really passion means, how to do it effectively. Log bol denge, ye karo to ye ho jayega. When you go over there, you will see, wow, this guy, the consultant, is paying 20% from the supplier, the equipment supplier. So it's so fun. So what I'm trying to tell you is, forget the government, forget everything, forget whatever is passed, but make use of it, because you have to work within the framework of the Constitution. There are several ways to overcome whatever the hurdles. Okay, yesterday I was listening. Though we are making pro-cow policies, there's still a lot of inadequacies, because a lot of things are not controlled in a proper natural way. And certain equations of economics that has to be put into ecology. For example, 1 acre of land, how much families can get good chemical-free food? Do we have a calculation for it? There is, but I will ask everybody, do you know an acre of land can produce good food throughout the year for so many number of people or so many families, taking 4 people per family? We did a sort of review, and a lot of people have done. Even the Palekars G's group has done. Permaculture Club of India has done all these reviews. You can get these reviews. Okay, just punch in the Google, you will get all these. Other than that, our practical thing is 1 acre of land can produce food for 20 families. That is 1 unit of the family is 4. Okay, so 20 multiplied by 4. This is the normal. This means total chemical. Now work out, you have 400 million acres of arable land. How much population can be fed? Simple. Unless we have POCs, proof of concepts, none of the policy makers, none of the lawmakers of the country will. We are not born with golden spoons. We had certain, did everything. We took 10 years to at least come to the level of national level and say what we have to say. Okay, we represented Rashtriya Kamdeno, we went to them, we gave them POCs, and we told we don't want money because we are sustaining in the, it's seva of a different kind, a social business. That's what is the present term. You have a social responsibility behind it. So it's working. We have 3 or 4 POCs. Milk is actually bonus. We just did it because we have to keep the farmers with us, because otherwise they will listen to somebody else. Yeah. Luckily, in the place where we work, it's a hilly region, and the European cows don't thrive there. That is the God-blessed place. Now, somehow we did not invest all our money which we had earned. Okay, though this money which we have earned is actually not us, it is given to us universal source. Now, when we use it, we should be very careful. Do you want to be a collectivist or a capitalist? Do you want to be a conscious capitalism? That is nothing other than collectivism. You create leaders, you create people, you create rural entrepreneurs who can take care of cows. This is one way, without disrespecting Goshalas, etc. etc. What was Goshalas according to our Purvajas? It was either a breeding center. It was a breed improvement center, say around 80, 90 years back. Gujarat even has a much better history. They have been breeding poor since maybe 1800s. They have a huge, Junagadh, Gondal. Why I'm telling you all this, I was introduced to all this in 1982 when I was graduating in Baroda. We used to go to forests and meet all these tribal people. And then we saw Gir cows. Then we saw Kakraj cows. It's a beautiful, romantic story. So coming to the point, all these figures, we got to have it right and have POCs. So we presented 3 POCs and now we are through. We can do as much, and we really believe that we have to form societies of farmers, societies of gaushalas, societies of private farmers with deshi cows. Then alone we can change without cribbing. See, my point is I've probably fought with Pranavananda. This is nice. It's nice to fight with Pranavananda. Fight in the sense not that dog eat dog fight. You just say, gee, I think that he'll say, no, it's like this. Yeah, you are right. So this is what is a very spiritual conversation. See, we talk about spirituality. It's not about just worshipping a cow or you take care of one cow and a calf with total love. It's not total meme. Then there's no need of taking it lax. We had ours process called in situ. In situation, you develop everything. Now we also have a tracking device. We can track any cow anywhere. Okay, we designed this to actually say, okay, let us keep. Or if for example, if somebody says AI is the best, you can't say no till you have a plan. There should be a plan A, plan B with us saying, okay, the guy who is going for AI, he should be given a good breed of bull semen directly, naturally. Is that possible? As per me, it's possible. Throughout India, wherever the cows have become scarce also, there's a couple of states, if at all they are suffering today, it's because there's no cows. They're either eaten up or people have robbed. This is the fact. And last thing, importance of subcontinent, after that, somebody else can take over. See, what is subcontinent? Basically, we have all the climatic zones of the earth. Am I right? This is why it's a spiritual center also. Okay. Our country, our proud subcontinent. It's a spiritual country because we have all the climates. We have snow falling here, we have lakes, we have rivers, we have mountains, everything, name it. Most of the species which got better was in the subcontinent. Because Africa was the cradle of civilization and we were the ones, rather, we are all blessed to be in this land because many things evolved here also. Okay. Taking that, we have to build a new economics based on bioclimatic zones, agri-bioclimatic zones. At least 72 has been classified. There could be more. According to that, you work economics. Government's policies are pro us, I am telling you. Any government, it's not just this government. Government's policies were always pro us. It's only that we did not understand certain things and it will happen. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So, Darshan, Ayya, I'm sorry, you are not connected due to the technical glitch. Are you comfortable now?
Unmute.
Yeah, आप unmute करके बात कर सकते हैं.
Volume is still.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Perfectly, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Please go ahead.
Like, because education system, that is, I think, most irreliable for the cows, because of when we were studying in Gurukulam, that times we were getting all knowledge about cows from our guru Sishyas. That parampara is very old. After that Mekolo Padati, everything changed because we become very modern in education. We forgot our Gurukul system, and that is most important thing we have to reconnect in our society by Gurukul. because if we have so many gurukuls, then definitely there have cows and jaivik kheti as well. Second thing, as we sir told, in our agriculture we are not using bulls, means ox. In Haryana, we in pulling lands we were using bulls, so we avoid all those things due to that modernization, Harit Kranti. After that, we lost our bulls, and due to they come to on roadside. Third things, when the Videshi Akrantas come to India, most of them when British came. So in Haryana breed, I'm telling you, they had taken so many good qualities Haryana breed in Kolkata, in East India Company's farm. From there, they have taken to England. Since they have so many good bloodlines cows in England, as in Kolkata as well. So these some point we can discuss. So if we can work on this all those systems, so the cows can come
Correct.
back to.
Yes, exactly, Darshana. Yeah, that's the point I'm trying towards. See, we can really discuss about what government can do. We can have a statistics over statistics, but what is the point I'm trying? My personal observation is it's a completely a painless think over of our government. I'm not here to blame our British invasion or Islamic invasion. Let's keep that. That's a past. But I found last 60, 70 years, not only in farming and cow and other thing. Are we in the nation we are talking for the basic rights of a cow? I know this is not, it's not a taboo. It is a topic we have to discuss about it. I mean, why an individual like Goshalas and Madhav Hapar and Darshan Cheese has to come there and discuss about it? My personal feeling is from 1947 or 1950, you say we are absolutely an colonial mindset government. Still, we are continuing the same thing. Well, we can just talk about how our Gurukul got destroyed. That's exactly Darshanji was talking about. Okay, he studied here. He's from the farming family. His roots are here. He went to New York and studied, but once again he has come back and trying to revive that. It's absolutely, honestly, for me, I studied in kind of a metro studies, and I came, for me, it's a aligned subject. I never know till Pranavaya and Swamiji say I know cow is only for a milk. And for me, the best industrial case study is Amul. Whatever the base we set on, in a generalized mindset, we have been told that we are all doing this to make industrial revolution in this country. I mean, all great respect to all these pioneers, but their blind spot created this situation now. We have to register that. We have to accept that. It's absolutely a thinking or strategy or a colonial mindset which has taken us out. Well, we can still argue that in villages it's like that, but a governmental structure, the power centers have completely taken or completely away from this talk. That is exactly we are trying to say. Thanks, Darshanji, for bringing out this point. And when I'm just trying to connect this with what Pranavaji is saying is, it's not only about our Gurukul and other things. Let us try to bring one thought of, okay, well, economy will happen. How we can connect to this farmer can happen. POC can happen. Why this is all happening? Why we have to suffer so much to take this POC and tell the world that, oh, cow is good. Hey, cow urine is good, should be part of my lifestyle, right? So that happens when we start, changing our mindset that enlightenment society, when that become a center of discussion. I think Admadwaya was talking about cow was a center. When you are taking cow as a center and when you are discussing all your peripheral as a center, this problem started happening. So can we bring up this enlightenment thought as a part and base of it? And I know probably a panelist may have a difference with me, but I have completely, I won't say lost, but I have my own doubts that it can happen in the existing law framework of it. The thought itself is not existing. Today, for an education, we are spoiled for last 50, 60 years to bring small changes in a textbook, which is factually wrong and historically wrong. Somebody has to fight for 5 years. Will you believe that? One sentence is taken away from a textbook. To bring that back, what is that? wrongly printed history of us. Anyway, we are reading a stupid history of 60, 70 years and Mughal emperors. But even if it is wrongly printed, we to reverse it back, we have to fight a lot. So where is this fight is going to lead? It just put us into the really depressed state. So I think the challenge for me, I feel that existing mindset of X government, Y government, Z government, doesn't matter. Of course, it's an industrial thought process. We felt that we have to grow fast and we have taken away from our root. And second is enlightenment or spirituality is all the things we have a little hesitant to speak. We wanted to be scientifically non-scientific or logically illogic. I'm just feeling this challenge is as a whole. When we start pushing enlightenment society, I think cow will find its own place. I'm not just trying to summarize it, but this is one of the thought came after Darshanji was instigating with the very beautiful keywords. Pranavji,
I want to tell you something very important. You see, this change will not happen until the change happens in every individual. You see, it's a conscious decision to stick with the cows, which can happen only when you understand what's a happy cow. Our people just not had a dairy or a goshala. They all lived with happy cows. You understand? A happy cow is the embodiment of 33 crore demigods. You understand? Controlling every energy. That is why it will control the climate. You see, you will say ozone layer. You will see everything. The rainfall to everything ultimately depends on the happy cow. Let me tell the spiritual part of it. As per our scriptures, if a happy cow is maintained, you see, a cow can have a breathing space of 50 kilometers. If a calf is taken and killed in a slaughterhouse in somewhere around 50 kilometers, it knows sitting here.
Oh.
It will have water in its eyes. It will express its emotion. Understand? So that is the power of the cow. Unless we know this cow is not another species, only then we will change. Only when we start. Bhagavan once fired one of our very important person in our organization when he termed utility. You see, cow is never in utility. It is never in utility. It's a being. It is as much as him alive. As much as him alive. So what I meant to say is the change, it should come personally, consciously to everyone to respect, revere a cow. Feeling cow is totally different being and it should be restored to its original place where it belongs to. Then this economics and all is sidekick. It will automatically follow.
Exactly. As you said, cow milk is a byproduct. All this economics and other things, policies should be a side impact. But the
spiritual context has to be brought back at any cost. Then you can see the change in the environment automatically. When a happy cow is there, I want to tell you here in short, when a happy cow is there, the 33 crores demigods are satisfied. The Srinivasa lands in, Ranganatha, he lands in from head to tail. He sleeps in head to tail. You understand? Srinivasa, virtually Ranganatha, sleeps from head to tail. When he sleeps peacefully in head to tail, in a happy cow, Lakshmi lands there. Now you understand the
exactly
thing. When Lakshmi lands, your wealth has to land, perfection, abundance has to happen in your life. Lakshmi has to, your happy cows needed. Be it my Goshala, in our Goshala, or we have your Goshala, or any Goshala. If you want to see, even I'm telling to Darshanji, if you want to see what is 102 become 1008 cows in overnight, this principle of keeping happy cows will simply blow the lid off to prosperity. So this conscious change of changing your attitude to cow through Go Seva, to Go culture and promoting all this is going to help us reach where we are.
So Madhavji, I have one question here. Is this concept, you have an experience in interacting with all, making a government. Do you think how this kind of a concept of spirituality can get into sectors so that people understand it? Is it going to add a value to it? Will there be a hearing for it, or how they would be taking up this seriously?
No, ultimately, see, they all, everybody looks into logic. That's the thing. How you place the logic. I have not been very successful in, putting spiritual components into it other than the working style which we adopted. That's it. It's really tough to put it across, telling that, the spiritual content of the policy must be good or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. So I know that what we face, but I'll tell you, even when we are having a panel of Hindu economics, we face this. I was asking a question, a person who is really involved in making all the close budgeting, and he's one of the consultant to the government. And in a personal chat, he could be able to clearly say how other religions, okay, there are some mutual fund he mentioned and say they are openly following Shia law. It's news to me. I got a little surprised. Then I asked him how it happens. He said, when you created a market space for it, forget about it. Even let it be any topmost mutual fund, they have to listen to you. He said, that's exactly as an Hindu we are missing. Okay, we know what's happening to halal certificate. Now, why I'm just taking this point to you, you guys are an influencers. You are a changing agent. When you get this concept of, creating or packaging with, I'm just using packaging as not as a bad word, I don't have any better replacement, which is a real intrinsic value. And when we just take up this, I'm sure, like when West German Munich government, they have done some research, they were talking, this much our city got non-violence by chanting Gayatri Mantra or broadcasting Gayatri Mantra. Certain kind of that research where probably the numbers is what only the government would accept. We have to say how much violence have come down, or there is what is kind of a less violence are existing, because of this non-violence, how much economy we are saving. Probably that kind of a figures and that kind of an outlook we can just try to influence. I'm just putting this as a request, and I want you to consider that when you are taking up this POC and concept to it, and the government should listen it. I am sure every government want to have a non-violent society. Every government wanted to have some kind of an other economies to play. Yes, Darshanaya, you have something to say? Yes, Darshanaya, you have something to add?
We have to educate children themselves so that they can know the real value. Because as I told you at the start, how we can.
Your voice is breaking, Darsh.
You can continue, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
See,
Yes,
Abhi Muktaji,
you have something to say.
One second. Abhi Muktaji, what you have presented is very nice, and what Ebarji is substantiating is also the truth. The problem is we are always putting our spirituality in the background. We are not bringing it to the front space. You are not bringing that in the front.
Exactly.
We are only keeping in the back. See, now, after Swamiji said, no euthanasia. You see, I have a Vedic Vets one website organized, meant only for this, to promote this, our Vedic principles based on karma theory. I don't euthanize. I stop putting animals to sleep. No mercy killing. Any killing is killing ultimately. So I stop mercy killing. I stop doing surgeries where to remove the uterus and removing the testicles as a population control in animals, which is very much practiced. In US, every pet has to be castrated and spayed. I am gone very much. My clients come and tell me, why you are being a doctor, you don't do. I've done thousands. It's not that I cannot do. I can do things in my left hand, bloodless surgeries. But I stick to this principle, not compromising to words I given to Swamiji. You understand? In my earlier life, I killed thousands of animals, even in my research. You understand? So when we know the fact, it is time for us to change. We are not ready.
Yes.
I know change is difficult, but we have to. Then only we can see the pleasures of the past.
Yes.
Yes, Prematma Swami, please continue.
Yes. So yes, see the fundamental issues, even what we are discussing here with respect to changing laws. Clearly, we can see that the whole environment, the ecosystem is an anti-Hindu ecosystem. Definitely, as Madhavji is mentioning, bringing spirituality into such a non-friendly, a non-Hindu ecosystem, it is not going to be possible. We do not have a friendly ecosystem. I mean, first of all, why we are even having this discussion about protecting cows or the economic values of it. Definitely, if it was a Hindu nation, there is no question about seeing the utility value of a cow or economic benefits from a cow. If it is a Hindu ecosystem, an enlightened ecosystem, cows need to be worshipped. Cows are sacred. As Pranavaya is pointing out, there are 33 crore gods that live in a cow. That is how sacred is the cow. You do not sit and measure how much milk am I going to get out of it, or how much money am I going to get out of it, what is the economic or benefits out of it. The whole discussion that we are in this situation today, because the ecosystem is not a Hindu ecosystem. In a Hindu ecosystem, we know the place of the cow, where it should be. But unfortunately, that is not the situation right now, where we are sitting and then discussing the benefits of the utility value of a cow. Clearly, the whole the ecosystem has to be changed, wherein there is no question of law of the values of the cows to be discussed here. The sanctity of a cow to be worshipped, and the benefits are, of course, millions. We realize that, we understand that, but the fundamental issue is in the enlightenment ecosystem of being that Hindu ecosystem, where the only religion where cows are considered sacred is not present. That is the issue that needs to be addressed here. And as we can clearly see, that is what Swamiji is reviving. An enlightened ecosystem, knowing the value of what a cow, what truly signifies, a cow truly signifies. That is the environment, an enlightened ecosystem, a civilization that he's creating, where the true original position or place of a cow is worshipped and respected and kept in that place, instead of considering it as a utility value or economic value from a cow.
Exactly. Thank you. So, yeah. Atmatatvaya, you have something to say? You are trying to add something on this point? Darshanji, you have to little mute yourself. There is a background noise. Yeah. Please go ahead, Atmatatvaya.
Yeah, I think the fundamental thing, like Ma already highlighted, right? If we get into the outer world and try to see the perceptions that are going around, the challenges becomes immense. Simply because it's a game of narratives out there at play, right? So a lot of things are being played out to favor industrialization, the factory mode of doing everything, which if you take our civilizational viewpoint, it literally empowers each person based on a community model and not an industrialized factory model, let us say. It's an industrial community model. So that does not allow a few people to get to be profiteering. It will enable the whole society to grow, right? So that is the reason why this game of narratives is such a dangerous thing. One simple thought is how PETA, for example, has been in the storm in the recent times when it comes to generally animal rights versus when they portray issues with respect to cow slaughter that happens in India, how they position themselves. So suddenly when it is the cow, it is uncool, right? And any other animals, it becomes a very cool thing. So everywhere there is this blatant misrepresentation, and that is the sentiment that Ma very beautifully said is an anti-Hindu sentiment which cannot be so easily tackled at this point of time. And that's where I think Madanji's thought was why it has not occurred, or it has not been easy for us to introduce spirituality in these aspects. I mean, here in this panel, we can talk about the spiritual aspects openly, but then nowhere else we can actually talk about these things, because this is what Swamiji really stands for, right? So he gives us this platform so that we can say things which we cannot generally talk about, which are the most obvious benefits. of having a cow in our society. So I think it really plays out very well if we as a society start recognizing this, right? And we understand that this game of perception and narratives is something that we have to win, because we have to survive as a civilization, and for humanity also this is the right direction to go, and cow plays a very important role in that.
Exactly. Very nicely put it, Advait. Yeah, I'll just tell you, Madhavji, you would be, we are all very happy, at least in the north side of the India, cows are respected. We know there is some kind of a still sentiment values are there. But at least I can just give one of the example. Before, I think 4-5 years, one of the spiritual leader went to south and talking about the same thing, how cow has to be, sentimentally we have to value it, we should not cut it. Even he has not raised anything against voice against any government. He was just talking and promoting this vegetarian lifestyle. In Tamil Nadu and Kerala, the kind of response it came, you would be surprising. Whenever the spiritual leader left the state, the next day the DK, the Dravidian Kalaham parties and all other people, they have joined together and they were cutting the cow, not a cow, I don't know what animal they cut, this openly cut, and they celebrate and saying that as a token of non-vegetarianism. So it is shock to me. I am promoting vegetarianism. Somebody is standing there to promote non-vegetarianism. Will it happen ever? It's happened. It is happening in particularly Tamil Nadu and Kerala. And what all the industry, how it works, it's surprising. And before 2-3 years, when this talks were there on the media, and they were just list down the beef exporters and this slaughtering export companies. The list was a little surprising. The whole media was asking that this is some community people who is promoting a Hindu values, but they are running the companies like this. So it's completely an hypocrisy. I am expecting somebody to be a supporter of Hinduism. Means there are certain things that are expected out of them. Yeah, cow is respected. I'm sure there is no denial. There should not be any denial in the Hindu community for that. So some government who is projecting them also Hindu supporters, and from some of their parties are Hindu exporters. I'm not getting into too much of politics, but I'm just trying to hint at the hypocrisy of outside society. As Advait says, somewhere deep down the line, we have little taboo or hesitant to talk about unsaid values. Spirituality, through the sacredness, there are certain values have been inculcated in the society. If you are not talking about it, that it's slow and steadily in name of education. There is a TV panel. They were questioned and they were demeaned one guy who said co-urine will be cure the cancer. Okay. There are some TV shows arranged only with the purpose that the entire cow economy is only a spiritual and no logic. We can say that it's patent and these and that, but publicly this has been little safely played, right? That is the point I wanted to bring it to notice. Yes, we have to talk about our Hindu rights, and it has to be presented. I will always, my favorite example is halal certification. Okay, simple. They know there is a market, and my best is the Islamic bank. Simple. There is no confusion about it. In the place where it has been told that the money should not be made, but they found out a beautiful mechanism, and it's beautifully running and supporting the community. It's the best economic case studies now we are talking about. Why in that example
that you gave is so appalling, because I mean, obviously there is no real scientific or any kind of other highlight about it, except for that it's a cultural sentiment of a particular community. And okay, that's their belief, whatever they want to do. But how that has become a valid, option that everybody is able to accept it. But the moment we say that, a cow is like a mother to us or a deity to us, the same thing gets ridiculed unanimously across. So it's a very staggering point.
Atma Tattva, it is okay if somebody else on the other side speaks. Unfortunately, our own people speak. That is the problem.
Exactly.
When they wanted to teach Bhagavad Gita in school, who resisted? It is you and me, not others.
Yes.
Others don't
Exactly.
care. You understand? It is our people have to change. I am not asking, I don't even expect 2% of those people to change or vote for us. I want our people to change. We have become, that is the very important thing here. We want our people to abide by our culture, our religion, our scriptures. No, we may not start Gurukul so easily. We may not start Gurukul so easily, but you know, post Pralaya, this Corona, there are a lot of learned people are coming down to farming, organic farming, and a lot of people are following examples of Darshan, and many corporates are following examples of Madhav Hebbar now. I am sure Desi cow milk will be in market very soon. Akshaya is already doing that in Karnataka, but unfortunately they are still lingering on to because they want to keep the commercial interest too. You see, I appreciate that. I am not going to, crib on it, but allow them to change. Change always needs a transition, but there will be a change. There will be change, but we have to keep moving our concept into minds for a conscious change. Without a consciousness change, like what Bhagavan speaks, we will not make any difference.
True.
Exactly. So, this is a time, unfortunately, we didn't have any platform to raise our voice. That's why Kailasa has brought out the concept of Hindu votes. So, what we are doing is we are just asking this kind of a popularly demanded questions, thought currents as a vote bank, because people finally understand the numbers. So we have taken up topics like how the temples are managed. Is a temple has to be managed by the government, the way in which atrocity happening with the government infrastructure, or it has to be given to the priest, how the education to be run, what is so impacted by our secular words and how much it's loaded and it's really affecting us. There are few questions we are rising up and we are posting to the world, and we are trying to learn the opinion, and we are passing on to the concerned bodies and concerned communities. So regarding the Hindu votes, I request Prematma Swami to share a few of your thoughts, please.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you for bringing it up. Yes, see, every single day, actually, 800,000 cows are killed all over the year for food. This is the situation we are in. And one of the discussions, like while we have our sentiments sacred, cows are sacred and need to be worshipped, and we are doing to protect and recovering, giving a shelter to recovering the cows and saving them and protecting them. And as we can see, even in the secular country, the culture is not realizing, our own Hindus not realizing the values of worshipping a cow. Why? How cows are sacred. It has become cool to eat a beef or a burger. That is where our future generation is heading to. Naturally, they don't realize the value of worshipping a cow or how it has to be revered. So here we have one of the points that Avimukta brought about the Kailas votes is here we have a voice to say whether we should be a vegetarian or Hindus should be following a vegetarian lifestyle or a non-vegetarian lifestyle. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has declared that it is illegal to be eating non-vegetarian, to having a non-vegetarian lifestyle. That is the law that is passed in Kailasa for the protection, because Kailasa is not only for human beings, it is a friendly environment for all beings, for all of humanity. While we are talking peace, while the world is talking about having global peace, how can there be peace when we are killing other life for our own food? If that is the kind of violence that is in us, where is the question? Where is the solution for global peace? Naturally, that is not there. It's completely a grabbing mentality of get what you can out of a life, whether it is milk, whether it is its own, or even the life itself. So this is why we need an enlightened ecosystem, a friendly ecosystem that is not only for the greed of humanity, the greed of human beings, but the benefit of all of beings, all the beings on planet Earth. That is what is Kailasa reviving. That is what Swamiji is giving us. The hope for humanity can only be there when we preserve, protect the nature, and when we are taking care, nurturing the animals that that we have on the planet Earth, that God has given us. So the Kailasa is a place, an enlightened civilization where all other beings are respected. As Swamiji says, everything is Paramashiva. So that is the context at which we are looking, and everything is focused around enlightenment. Whether it be cow, whether it is food. Actually, one of the points that I wanted to bring it up is, while we are talking about making money, dairy products through selling, the whole idea of Hinduism is food is free. So where is the question of making money through dairy? Because that our culture has to go back to reviving that original sentiment of food provided free. That obviously includes milk being provided free. So this whole discussion and understanding has to be shifted, where it is, let us provide everything free, let us provide the food free. There is no question of killing animals for making money. That is where the industrialized civilization is moving, where get anything, grab anything for your own sake, as long as it doesn't matter whether we are killing other life or not. So what Kailasa is basically an elite enlightened civilization where other life is respected, our nature is respected, our environment, the whole planet Earth is preserved. So our voices matter. Do we want a violent-free, a peaceful environment where all beings can coexist? If yes, please take a moment to visit kailasa.org and cast your votes on kailasa.org/Hindu votes. So thank you, Abhimuktaya.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. So we found most of the time. Yes, Pranavaya, you have to mute. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So So what happened is, Hindu votes many times have revealed many of the greatest truth. We were thinking that many times it's not Hindus are not representing what we wanted to say, and our experience always shows that yes, there is a considerable amount of changes happening. People start realizing that there is a need for a change. First, that's what, because they already got frustrated with an existing system. If you are a temple loving person, there is no need you need any proof that you have to be get frustrated, or you're already got frustrated to that the temple management board, the kind of an atrocity you are doing. And if you are a parent, I'm very well sure you're already frustrated with the existing modern education system. So all the corners, people are looking for different solutions which can really solve the problem. That's where we are finding the beautiful case studies, beautiful initiatives like what Madhavji, Darshanji is trying to do. It's an inspirational story, like how they wanted to review. Maybe the gateway to their action may be different, but the point is, directly they are helping this cow economy, you call it as cow economy or cow market or cow space, to revive, and they wanted to bring back the complete peaceful living enlightenment society. So we are all very clear. I mean, before 200 years, there is no need of any proof that cow would really give you an enlightenment society. There is no need of any scientific proof. But unfortunately, we got into space. Today, some research paper, we need to say that cow urine is important. My grandmother didn't ask any one person. She take a cow dung and she used to do cleaning of the home. Okay, I'm sure she was not asking about the pattern. She was not knowing about it, and she was very much healthy. There is no need of any proof for that. She was at the age of 70, 80, she could be able to do the whole home domestic work without any help of any person. So with that kind of a living, we were having it. Now we lost. That's what we were discussed in how this all maybe for a different reason. Us, when we are discussing about this thing, there are three chapters. I mean, we call it as three phase. We always discuss the phase one, how Islamic innovation has destroyed this basic thought, and some of them got destroyed in the British colonial mindset. Then importantly, particularly like what the topic we are discussing about, very well thought out or not thought out strategies from our nation builders, our national builders. Swamiji always says the blind spot of the national builders is what the blind spot of the nation. When we were trying to build this nation from 1947 to 1950, the question we have to ask, what really went inside, to build these nations? It was it the part of it? What kind of the mind structure and thought current that time we have brought in to answer all these questions, which we missed many buses. That's a music right now we are listening, that you call it as a name of secular, or you call it as a name of not properly thought for the getting back us into root. This is exactly we face as our common civil code, where really at tribes. I don't know how many of you knows in America there are some 564 tribes. I heard 560 or 64 something. All the tribes have their unique code, and there are so much certified courses there for every tribe. Their laws and rules are different. Today I wanted to understand that, for example, I'm a tribe or I'm a farmer. I should have my own rules, that so that I can beautifully maintain my co-economy. Due to some or other changes, maybe a 5-year plan or industrializations, I don't have any control. You see, just 1 or 2 generation has lost the lineage what they were enjoying for a generation after generation. So this is one of the important point. This panel wanted to bring it and just get a notice of it. Yes, on this count, any of the panelists wanted to add something? Advaitwaya, Pranavaya, or Madhavji, any of this you wanted to? Yes, Madhavji wanted to speak. I'm sorry. Yeah, you are back. Yes.
You able to hear me, right?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah. Thing is, it was nice. Mahananda pointed out a very nice thing. In fact, that would be my last take also. Thing is, point number one, we turned from nature-centric civilization to human-centric civilization. Second point is, as she was mentioning, utility. Yeah, the most of us, I think most of all of us are focusing on the utility of a species or Gomata. What we got to change in our thinking is we got to go towards functionality. When you attempt going at the functionality alone, the spiritual roots can be, because it's anything spiritual is a seed has been already sown. Okay. So probably it has branched out in different ways. But at the end of the day, if we have to get back to the seed, we should know what the functional dynamics of the cows. This is where our focus is right now. We are least bothered about milk is running, this is running, that is running. It's going on as a micro model. We are not big guys, but we have a very wide footprint across India. So I would say this is the final point, which I also wanted to mention. We got to focus on functionality. In the functionality alone comes the spirituality, because many people come as I cross the age, like now I am entering the failed generation, 55 years. So we have always failed our generations. Okay, that means I'll come to it in some other talk. Let us not elaborate it, but basically, this is the crux of the thing. If we can do this, like somebody tries to fall at my feet, falling at Guru's feet is different, but suddenly, we guys in India have this habit of just falling. That's a matter of respect. But I tell them, why instead of falling to the feet, why don't you do Surya Namaskar? This is my practice, because we are all basically into karma. We have to do it. Karma is our dharma, whatever the swadharma. That's the kind of thing. This is a nice point. So this is exactly what we are working on, functionality of the species and its integration in the ecosystem that might revive back our roots back into that. many things we can't, I am just not worried about what Islam says or Christianity says or what even Hinduism says. When we become cow-centric or when we become nature-centric, we automatically, the cosmos shows certain light. But to be successful, it's not possible from an individual. Yeah. We have this last term in Rigveda where it says, like, each one of us is an extension of the other. I don't know how many heard this. All of us are extension of each other, including species. We are organism. Earth is a much bigger organism. It will take care of pollution. If we are going to ruin it, no, it will ruin us. And nobody is non-corrupt because we have destroyed the soil, we have destroyed the water, we have destroyed the air. The mind gets corrupt. Obviously, everybody is corrupt. So go towards spirituality means we have to go towards functionality, revive the system back as much as possible. But I don't know, with the wishes of everybody, there will be a success.
Exactly. Thank you. Yes, Pranavaji or Admitatwaji, you have anything to support this?
Yes, what Madhavji says is true, and ultimately it finally boils down to what Prematmananda Swami told. It is boiling point is we don't have an ecosystem. Understand? Until we create an ecosystem wherever we are and support this ecosystem, whoever is providing such ecosystem, and try to adopt the concept of our culture, only then there is a way we can look forward to. As I told, unless there is an individual conscious change, we accept cow is reverable, it has to be revered, and it's a worshipping subject, not just a species, not a utility value attached to it. You see, only then we can look forward to a change. Ultimately, Swamiji also has declared the whole planet is going towards vegetarianism. This will happen. This will happen. If you are looking for peace, try this method, appreciating the cow.
Beautiful.
This is the only way, and we can look forward, hopefully with the grace of Bhagavan. A lot of changes, KAILASA Nation will be established, and a lot of promotions will happen, and a lot of conscious change will happen. We look forward. We'll carry more of these panel discussions and take it to the world and reach out to more individuals who can really take up this to their setups.
Exactly. So we have beautiful points colliding each other. There are a way we have to look at the logistic point, economic point, functionality point. That is also one direction to look at it. But before all, or beyond all, or the top of it all, the thought of changing an individual, a thought of a change in inner self of each person. When that happens, okay, in Hinduism we always talk about unconscious change. We never brought any changes by knife or malpractices or something, and in a right adapted way we brought the changes. It may take a little time, but we have done it in that way only. We kept the speed of a right thing, right civilizational thing. Okay, now I have one small I won't say a variation, small questions. Like, there are certain religions is very clearly, we say we revere, we respect cow. There are some religions say no to some animals. Okay, not even in a calculation method, they don't talk about the economy of that meat industry. Okay, for example, X animal is banned in one community or one religion. It's absolutely that the whole religion is completely focused, whether they are the minorities or majorities in any country. For them, that's absolutely in lifestyle practices. So there are ways. In my point of view is, yes, we have to work on functional, logistic and economic. The important is we going back to Veda agamic thing, and we as an Hindu start looking from that specs will create all this stuff. Tomorrow, if the 125 crores or 100 crores Hindus, or maybe 70, 80 crores Hindus come to the conclusion that let's have organic vegetables and proper cows, obviously there will be a market will emerge for it. It's not what comes first. It's what ideally we start believing it, and what ideally we wanted to have that come first. Then the markets and economy will follow the suits. That's what my take. Yes, Admaditwa, yeah, please carry on.
Yeah. So, see, one of the points that you brought about was the how the narratives, right, when it comes to some of the other religious practices. When, for example, other religions, they don't have this need to carry the burden of scientific proof for everything that they say or believe or practice. Whereas in Hinduism, even a simple concept like having a cow at home or following vegetarianism becomes a huge controversy, and there is a lot of burden of science that we have to carry. Just because we are Hindus, right, and we are talking about this. So, but I think at some point of time we have to look at ourselves and then say, how long do we respond to these things, right? As always cornered people, right? Always being defensive about these things. Hindus have to realize that this is a one-sided narrative, and simply, like Pranamaya was pointing, right, most of the times it is the Hindus who are actually unabashedly demoralizing people, voices who are fighting for it. I mean, if Madanji, who is doing so much, has to maintain a kind of a non-spiritual demeanor about all the things that he is doing, it is because of that crowd, right? Because they can easily discredit him. And all the work that he has done can be easily made into a zero, right? Just because he speaks a little openly about the spiritual aspect, the cultural aspect, the civilizational aspect of Go associated with what we do. So it's a very tight rope that people have to walk, whoever is doing this seva, and they have to always balance out this opinion game, right? Where how do people look at us, but the other religions, for that matter, don't really have to carry this burden. So somewhere we have to let go of this, and then say, we just feel that this is what is right, and as long as I know the truth and I am ready to live it, I should live it. Like, for example, I live in a gated community, and if I have to get a dog at my house, even though I have a large area that's accessible to me, it's easy. But if I have to get a cow inside the community, the whole community will be up in arms. And the reason is not because cow is going to pose any danger to them. It's not going to bite anybody. It's not going to create any diseases for them. It's just a perception. Cow is, the idea of cow and having it at home, and this whole civilizational aspect is a very primitive idea. And this plays a very big role with all the Hindu mindsets. And that's where I think what Pranavaya said, you have to really look in and understand, where do we start? It starts from here, that we have to bring a tremendous change in how we look at this aspect, and take it head on. It does not matter what people label us.
Actually, yeah, that's see, we may not have, or we may not have produced direct, okay, here is the significance of scientific data to prove for a cow. But as Swamiji always says, take the top 100 CEOs in the world, take 100 top terrorists in the country, in the world. Where do you see which religion? Obviously, Hindus are the top, 100 CEOs, and we know, which group becomes the top 100 terrorists. So that clearly answers. It is not that what you eat is what you are. Clearly, I mean, we don't need any other proof than this. So clearly, we can see it, for a non-violent and contributing citizens is what we need to the world, not terrorists. That is what every country is striving for. Every person, individual is, longing for. That solution only Hinduism can give to the humanity. So clearly there is a proof, and it is a proven history. It is not something that we need to even look into. We can clearly see the statistics. So just wanted to add that, Aya.
Yes, ma'am. I agree with you.
Yes. NTV operator, can we run? I think it's a very odd time to run one of the video, what Swamiji talks about all these points. Can we have our NTV operators to run the video?
of the world's total ice-free surface is used not to raise grains, fruits, and vegetables that are directly fed to human beings, but to support the chickens, pigs, and cattle that we eventually eat. That's not even counting the land used to grow crops to exclusively feed these animals. Livestock production, which includes meat, milk, and eggs, uses 1/3 of the world's fresh water. The factory farming industry strives to maximize output while minimizing cost, always at the animal's expense. As a result, 21 million dairy calves are slaughtered for veal or cheap beef every year globally, whether on factory farms, quote-unquote family farms, or small humane certified farms. Due to extensive biological manipulation, today's dairy cows produce up to 12 times more milk than they would naturally to produce to feed a calf. This is not just an animal welfare or environmental concern, it's also a humanitarian crisis because factory farms are diverting precious natural resources like land, water, and fossil fuels to raise farm animals, while millions of people around the world are malnourished and still do not have access to safe drinking water. To make matters worse, consuming meat and dairy products containing hormones, antibiotics, pesticides, and dioxins have been found to increase the risk of cancer, heart problems, and other degenerative diseases in humans. Further, emerging foodborne illnesses are causing public and ecosystem health challenges around the world and are often traced back to industrial animal agriculture. This current practice of factory farming is unsustainable and extremely dangerous for humanity if it continues. This was not how we existed in Vedic times. Animals, especially cows, were treated with the utmost respect. Cows were literally worshipped as mother, as only their milk was drank after the mother's milk. In the Atharva Veda, it describes how she is Kamadhenu, the divine cow that fulfills all our desires. Her body is of a cow and face is of a woman. She was born before the Amrita, when the ocean was churned. Her hair exudes fragrance. From her udder she showers dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. She is an abode to self-knowledge, shelters the sun, moon, and fire god. All the gods and the living beings depend on her. She provides us with food and supreme knowledge, even when we mildly pray.
Decorating deities physically and taking care of the cows physically is one of the best vatavarana for your muscle memory and biomemory.
His Holiness Paramahamsa Nithyananda is reviving the sanctity of the holy cow through the Nithyananda Go Mandir. He has stressed the land without the cows, go, and the dust of the cow's feet, go dhuli, is not a worthy place to live.
Cow worship is a direct spiritual practice.
In the Nithyananda Go Mandir, Swamiji has created a beautiful Vedic ambiance for Go Mata. Here, the cows are treated with the utmost love, respect, and compassion. Mothers are never separated from their babies, and no cows are ever killed or harmed. Currently, the Nithyananda Go Mandir houses 130 cows, which are mostly Desi breed cows. The medicinal properties of products from Desi cows is uncomparable to any Jersey or hybrid cow. Unlike A1 milk produced by Jersey cows, A2 milk produced by Desi cows is good for clearing cholesterol in the blood vessels, strengthening immunity, and increasing brain power. Even the urine produced by the Desi cow has medicinal and nutritional value. Holding highest respect to cows and encouraging the revival of Vedic farming and rearing of Desi cows, Swamiji has embarked on the Nithyananda Goshala project to spread Go Mandirs worldwide in all Nithyananda Adinams. The Nithyananda Go Mandir's main objective is to restore the established Desi breeds of Bharat, adopt Vedagamic principles of animal husbandry management and agricultural practices, and set as model institute for public awareness on the productivity and economic prospect of Desi cattle dairy. Ultimately, it will create a conscious, cognitive shift in the modern farming community which is corrupted by the exotic crossbreeding programs introduced by the West, with the sole intention of destroying our glorious Desi breeds. Bhagavan Paramahamsa intends to have a full-fledged Nithyananda Gomandir of the strength of 5,000 heads of Desi cows, accompanied by auxiliary industries that utilize all the byproducts of dairy, milk, cream, ghee, panchagavya, dung, organic compost manure, vermicompost, dry dung cakes, incense sticks and dupes, distilled urine, all in large-scale industrial proportions. Along with having a full-fledged Gomandir, Swamiji intends to breed Desi cows and share them with neighboring communities to spread the value and benefit of them.
Yeah, so we can clearly see how the vision of Swamiji in creating an enlightened civilization where the cows are given the sacred place that they deserve. But in actually, what we wanted to see discuss further in this panel is Hindus are supposedly majority in India. While that is the case, why are we struggling to not able to influence the law to ban the torture against the meat industry, against the torture of cows? We can clearly see how not only the cows are abused or killed for meat and abused for dairy industry, and not only that, our religious sentiments hurt. All we are saying is cows are sacred for us, worshipping the cows. That is not hurting anybody. But when someone deliberately goes and kills the cows just to mark our belief, doesn't that hurt our religious sentiment? So where do we have the right here in voicing or getting justice for this? We keep claiming Hindus are majority, but in actuality, what is the truth? So this is something that I would like each one of the panelists to please bring up, share your thoughts on this.
Yes. Darshanji, if your audio is fine, you can just jump in. You can switch off your video also. If your audio is fine, you can talk. Yes, you're unmuted, Ji. You can speak. You have to unmute. Darshanji, you have to unmute and speak.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Better. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. As Swamiji has great ambitions about that to save our holy cow Go Matas. We can say Go Matas because due to sannyasis and our Sant Mahatmas, they did a lot of things to save Go Matas because as per their spiritual knowledge they have given to us, to our Hinduism. Due to them, we are today here, we discuss, because if our gurus never tell us about the Go Matas, what she has inside her, like Sir told, 33 crores Devi Devata inside, like Gobar, Gomutra, milk. Like in Gobra, we can see there is Lakshmis. In Gomutra also, so many gods are there. So I think so very soon all cows will be at farmer home as we decided. Our mission is to save Go Matas and one cow for one farmer home. So this ambitions, this is our mission, and we will accomplish this as soon as possible. I think so next 10 years we will achieve our target. That is my mission. And so many sannyasis also in this field, they are coming back to save Go Matas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Darshanji. Even though we had a lot of technical glitch, you have been able to give the very important, valid point to the panel discussion. we were talking about economy, we are talking about a functionality, but we are not talking about how many saints, how many gurus have, we know that even some of them have given their life to make this system. They may not talk about economy, they may not talk about the valuation of the land, but they have given their life to make this system on. Let's bow down to all the sannyasa parambara, the guru parambara, which has taken this science for how many this long years. So this, so to summarize what Prematma Swami was talking about, that this is a question. Without me not talking about it too much, I wanted to give it to panel. We are Hindu majority nation, but still, where is the problem? What is the challenge? Yes, Aya, please go ahead. Other panelists, we can go ahead. Yes, Madhavji, yes, please go ahead, Madhavji. Madhavji, you are muted. You are muted. You have to unmute.
Yeah, now?
Yeah, you're better. Yes. Yes.
It's getting too late, but anyway, the thing is, many of the forums, when we closely participate, this is the question that is, pops up. See, on earth, on this bhumi, dharti, okay, Hindus are minorities. So the marketing forces will always work to create a, unilateral or monologous civilization, because one size fits all is what is their philosophy. Yeah,
exactly.
Those are a minority. In India, India is led by the marketing forces, which is global. And when we say globalization, what has happened is we assume westernization is globalization. So it goes so deep. So Hindus are basically minority. I don't have anything else to say, because we're in a very funny situation. That much I can tell you. How to revive, I don't know. I only wish that the avatar Purushas only can do these things. We are just doing as much, trying to understand the dynamics, dynamics of what is being on the earth. So this is what I had to say. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. So the point is very, very valid point, Madhavji. Like, the market forces, okay, and, when I say globalization, I want to be a little blunt, it is a Christianization. Okay, you say corporatism, or you say whatever the ism you add it. Finally, these all isms are coming from West, and we all very much know where is East Indian Company. We know that who has done that. If you just go back to the history and what is the history of Eastern Indian Company, and who sets the rule and who sets the dynamic of Eastern Indian Company, Eastern Company which has come in Bharat, and we know who sets the rule of it. So this is completely a majority religions or certain Abrahamic religion sits and set a role that even though we are statistically we are majority in this country, how factually we are minority. More than your cow, Valentine's Day cards are more selling. I don't know how many Valentine's cards I've given, but end of the day I've been sold. Happy Christmas. I'm happy or very comfortable in saying, but I could not able to pronounce happy Vaikunta Ekadasi. And if I just say in my WhatsApp group where Hindus are living more, I'll be look like an fanatic or more religious leaned person. Okay, I mean, this is true. It may not be very relevant to the panel what we are talking about, but that sets the tone of us. That's a very, very, as you very nicely put it, where it's going to lead, we don't know, and it's a biggest question, and we are all looking for an avatar Purushans to answer that. Yes, Prematma Swami, you have something to say, or any other panelists, please, you can go ahead. Yes, Atul, please go ahead.
So my thought was, I think Bhagavan has already pointed out the direction for us. Either get to Kailasa or create a Kailasa based on the same ethos right here. I mean, that's the only way. See, if I have to do it in my gated community, for example, it's going to be a very daunting task for me. But if I can get 2, 3, 4 families who have a similar kind of a thought process, right? then I can form a community which supports these kind of activities, and it's going to be a very healthy community, because obviously where you have these kind of ethos, there is a lot of going to be a strong value system that's going to exist, which is going to be rooted in our civilizational understanding. So that produces the next generations who are not confused and who take pride, who are rooted, right, in this country and in this civilization. So today's youth, for example, you can see that they have literally lost direction in terms of who they have to emulate, right? All of this, if you see, comes down to one single fact, that we are not accepting who we are, at the core of which is our understanding of cow, right? That is a very important part of our civilization, of our belief.
Yes.
So I think if we accept that, and if we are able to live that truth, that pretty much should be it.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, we are ready to receive Swamiji, to receive the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So, requesting everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the panelists. We'll continue that. It's a pleasure to have you, all of you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Let us now get ready to receive Swamiji. So, requesting everyone, all the viewers, please sit up straight. And let us chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, to receive Swamiji. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
with the divine, with your eyes closed, is meditation. Connecting with the divine, with your eyes open, is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
नारायणी शक्ति नारायणी नित्येश्वरी नायकी नित्य नित्यपुरीनायके नित्यनारायणे शक्तिनारायणे नित्येश्वरि नायकी नित्यपुरीनायके எங்கும் சத்தியமான தேவி நித்திய தேவியை வணங்குவோம் நித்தியபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம் நித்ய நாராயணே சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி விண்ணிலிருந்து மண்ணிதில் பிறந்த புண்ணிய ஜோதினி நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம் நித்ய நாராயணே சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி மண்ணில் அக்னி வடிவாம் ஈசனும் மருணையில் நித்யனாய் அவதரித்தார் பூவுலகினை காக்க வந்தார் ஈசனே அவர்
Nithyanandam. 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 On the second day of the Purvanga Utsavam of our beloved Swamiji's Nithyananda Utsavam, the 43rd Avatar Dinotsavam celebrations, as a part of the Purvanga Utsavam on the second day, we offer the puja to Krurnashini Devi. We will now offer our worship and get ready to receive her grace and blessing.
धूर्वधूर्वधूर्वन्दं धूर्वतयोऽस्मान् धूर्वतिजं धूर्वजन्मजन्धूर्वामस्त्वं देवानामसिदम् अप्रदहं दुष्टदमं मन्हितमं देवभूतममहतमसिवृदानं दृग्भस्माह्वा मित्रस्य त्वा चक्षुषा प्रेक्षेमाधर्मा संवित्कामात्वाहिकं च सन् ओम श्री आनंद परमाशिवों नमः धूपमाग्रापयामि ओम सदीप्यस्वदातवेदो भग्निर्निरेजं नमः विशेषस्तमक्षमावह जीवनं च दिशो दिश मानोहिं चेर्जातवेदो गामस्वम्बुर्षुन्दगते अभिप्रदग्न आगहिष्याः विर्वादय ओम श्री कृष्णनाशिनी नमः दीपं दर्शयामि ॐ अमृते अमृतोद्भवे अमृतवर्षिणि अमृतं श्रावय श्रावय स्वाहा। ओम श्री आनंदकरो महासन्निधाय नमः। नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि। ओम सर्वमंगलमांगल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यंबके गौरी नारायणि नमोस्तुते। सृष्टिस्थितिविनाशानां शक्तिभूते सनातनी गुणाश्रजे गुणमये नारायणि नमोस्तुते। शरणागतधीर्नाथभरित्राणपरायणे सर्वस्यार्तिहरे देवि नारायणि नमोस्तुते। ओम श्री आनंदकरो महासन्निधाय नमः। सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। महामंगलकर्पूर नीराजनं संदर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि।
நித்தீஸ்வரியை நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி இல்லம் எங்கும் இன்பம் சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி மாலை சூடினாலும் பணி மனதில் ஊஞ்சலாடுவாள் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்ய நித்யபுரி நாயகி. அகிலம் எங்கும் அமுதளித்து அன்பு காட்டும் தாயவள் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி.
சங்கரி புரந்தரி திகம்பரி ஜோதி பிரகாசினியே அந்தரி சுந்தரி அநாதரக்ஷகி ஆனந்த ரூபிணியே பந்தம் மருந்திட பாசம் தொலைந்திட
ஈஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி.
ஜகமெல்லாம் புகழும் குருவன் கோட்டையாளும் துக்க நிவாரணியே மாரியம்மா மாரியம்மா. மாரியம்மா தேவியம்மா சூழியம்மா குருவன் கோட்ட மாரியம்மா. எங்கும் உனை பார்க்கிறேன் என் மாரியம்மா எங்கும் உனை பார்க்கிறேன் அங்கும் உனை பார்க்கிறேன் என் மாரியம்மா எங்கும் உனை
கொண்டேன் ஆனந்தம் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. தியானம் செய்யும் பக்தனுக்கு ஞான பாலை ஊற்றிடும் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. பாவம் போக்கும் புண்ணிய தேவ பாதம் பற்ற புண்ணியமே நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. சக்தி அருள முக்தி அருள நித்யேஸ்வரி காரணம் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. தியான சக்தி கையில் தவழ மூன்று லோகமாழ்பவள் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. ஜாதி பேதம் நீக்கி மண்ணில் தியானத்தை தருபவள் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. உற்சவ நாள் 9 ஆரத்தி செய்பவள் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. பக்த பக்தர் மனதில் வசிப்பவளே, பழவினை எல்லாம் தீர்ப்பவளே, நித்திய புரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. குற்றமின்றி நித்திய பூஜை செய்து செய்து பக்தர்கள் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. ஆனந்தமாய் பஜனை பாடி நித்யபுரிக்கு வந்து நாங்கள் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. வெள்ளையாடை அணிந்து பக்தர் மனதில் குடி கொண்ட நம் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. ரஞ்சனி நந்தினி அமிர்த ஸ்வரூபிணி நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. வேதாந்த நிவாசினியே நித்யேஸ்வரி தேவியே நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. மண்ணில் ஜென்மம் 7 வேண்டும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை காணவே நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. கங்கையோடு கங்கையாய் நீராடி இங்கு வருபவள் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. நெய் விளக்கு ஒளியில் மின்னி நேர்ந்த குழை கலைபவள் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. ஏகமாய் நிறைந்திருக்கும் நித்யேஸ்வரி தேவியே நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. நெற்றியிலே குங்கும பொட்டும் வெற்றி பாதையை காட்டும் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. கல்வி கண்ணை அவள் திறந்து கவிதை சொல்லும் கலைமகள் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. ஆதி அந்தமான சக்தி நித்யேஸ்வரி தேவியே நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. நித்ய नारायणे शक्ति नारायणि नित्येश्वरि नायकी नित्यपुरी नायकी नित्य नारायणे शक्ति नारायणि नित्येश्वरि नायकी नित्यपुरी नायकी नित्य नारायणे शक्ति नारायणि नित्येश्वरि नायकी नित्यपुरी नायकी எங்கும் சத்தியமான தேவி நித்திய தேவியை வணங்குவோம் நித்தியபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம் நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி விண்ணிலிருந்து மண்ணிதில் பிறந்த புண்ணிய ஜோதினி நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம் நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி மண்ணில் இன்று சிறந்ததோர் ஆனந்த சபை கோவிலாம் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம் நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி பக்தி சாந்தி மேன்மை கீர்த்தி நித்ய சக்தி நீ அம்மா நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம் நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி சர்வமுக்தி தாயுமாகி சுகம் கொடுக்கும் தேவினி நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம் நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி அகிலாண்ட நாயகியே ஜோதி ஸ்வரூபிணியே நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம் நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி ஓம் என்ற சொல்லில் வரும் ஓம்கார ரூபிணியே நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம் நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி தீபஜோதியாய் வருவாய் நித்யேஸ்வரி தாயே நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம் நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி அகில உலகை காத்திடும் நீ நோய்களுக்கு மருந்து நீ நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம் நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி எண்ணம் வளர இடர் அகல இன்பம் அறிந்து நலம் பெருக நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம் நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி பிரம்மராஜ்யத்தில் அமர்ந்து ஆட்சி செய்யும் தேவினி நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம் நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி துன்பம் நெஞ்சை தொட்ட போது அன்னைதானே ஆறுதல் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம் நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி இல்லம் எங்கும் இன்பம் பொங்க என்றும் அருளை தருபவள் நித்திய புரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்தேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. மாலை சூடினாலும் பணி மனதில் ஊஞ்சலாடுவாள் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. அகிலம் எங்கும் அமுதளித்து அன்பு காட்டும் தாயவள் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. அபயம் என்று வந்த போதபாயம் போக்கி மகிழ்பவள் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. வர்ண புஷ்ப பூஜை கண்டு வாழ வைக்கும் திருமகள் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. ஸ்வர்ணமாக ஜோதியாக நெய் விளக்கில் தெரிபவள் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. சிரித்து வாழும் நிலைதனையே அளித்திடுவாய் நித்யேஸ்வரி நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. காண வேண்டி வாசல் வந்து கண்டு கொண்டேன் ஆனந்தம் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. தியானம் செய்யும் பக்தனுக்கு ஞான பாலை ஊற்றிடும் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. பாவம் போக்கும் புண்ணிய தேவ பாதம் பற்ற புண்ணியமே நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. சக்தி அருள முக்தி அருள நித்யேஸ்வரி காரணம் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. தியான சக்தி கையில் தவழ மூன்று லோகமாழ்பவள் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. ஜாதி பேதம் நீக்கி மண்ணில் தியானத்தை தருபவள் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. உற்சவ நாள் 9 ஆரத்தி செய்பவள் நித்தியபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. பக்தர் மனதில் வசிப்பவளே, பழவினை எல்லாம் தீர்ப்பவளே, நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. குற்றமின்றி நித்திய பூஜை செய்து செய்து பக்தர்கள் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. ஆனந்தமாய் பஜனை பாடி நித்யபுரிக்கு வந்து நாங்கள் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. வெள்ளையாடை அணிந்து பக்தர் மனதில் குடி கொண்ட நம் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. ரஞ்சனி நந்தினி அமிர்த ஸ்வரூபிணி நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. வேதாந்த நிவாசினியே நித்யேஸ்வரி தேவியே நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. மண்ணில் ஜென்மம் 7 வேண்டும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை காணவே நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. கங்கையோடு கங்கையாய் நீராடி இங்கு வருபவள் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. நெய்விளக்கு ஒளியில் மின்னி நேர்ந்த குழை கலைபவள் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. வேகமாய் நிறைந்திருக்கும் நித்யேஸ்வரி தேவியே நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. நெற்றியிலே குங்கும பொட்டும் வெற்றி பாதையை காட்டும் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. கல்வி கண்ணை அவள் திறந்து கவிதை சொல்லும் கலைமகள் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி. ஆதி அந்தமான சக்தி நித்யேஸ்வரி தேவியே நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம். நித்ய நாராயணி नित्यपुरिनायकी नित्यपुरिनायकी नित्यनारायणी शक्तिनारायणी नित्येश्वरी नायकी नित्यपुरिनायकी नित्यनारायणी शक्तिनारायणी नित्येश्वरी नायकी नित्यपुरिनायकी नित्यनारायणी शक्तिनारायणी नित्येश्वरी नायकी नित्यपुरिनायकी नित्यपुरिनायकी नित्यनारायणी शक्तिनारायणी नित्येश्वरी नायकी नित्यपुरिनायकी எங்கும் சத்தியமான தேவி நித்திய தேவியை வணங்குவோம் நித்தியபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம் நித்யநாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி விண்ணிலிருந்து மண்ணிதில் பிறந்த புண்ணிய ஜோதினி நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம் நித்யநாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி மண்ணில் இன்று சிறந்ததோர் ஆனந்த சபை கோவிலாம் நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம் நித்யநாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி பக்தி சாந்தி மேன்மை கீர்த்தி நித்ய சக்தி நீயம்மா நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம் நித்யநாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி சர்வமுக்தி தாயுமாகி சுகம் கொடுக்கும் தேவினி நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம் நித்யநாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி அகிலாண்ட நாயகியே ஜோதி ஸ்வரூபிணியே நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம் நித்யநாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி ஓம் என்ற சொல்லில் வரும் ஓம்கார ரூபிணியே நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம் நித்யநாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி தீபஜோதியாய் வருவாய் நித்யேஸ்வரி தாயே நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம் நித்யநாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி அகில உலகை காத்திடும் நீ நோய்களுக்கு மருந்து நீ நித்யபுரியில் வாழ்ந்தருளும் நித்யேஸ்வரியை வணங்குவோம் நித்யநாராயணி சக்தி நாராயணி நித்யேஸ்வரி நாயகி நித்யபுரி நாயகி எண்ணம் வளர இடர் அகல இன்பம்
In one line, if I have to put it in a simple way, seeing always each other with a tremendous love that everyone is Paramashiva. There starts Kailasa. Whether you hug each other, love each other, or ferociously train each other, the core cognition should be seeing each other as Paramashiva. That is where the seed of Kailasa starts. In one line, if I have to put it in a simple way, seeing always each other with a tremendous love that everyone is Paramashiva. There starts Kailasa. Whether you hug each other, love each other, or ferociously train each other, the core cognition should be seeing each other as Paramashiva. That is where the seed of Kailasa starts. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on another, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is an effort, humble effort, and our humble offering at the feet of Paramashiva keep the grand narrative of Hinduism alive. To make people understand, Hinduism is functional system, not just for enlightenment, even economic principles, policies, administrative policies, social structures, everything in every level. So the humble effort to keep that grand narrative alive is this Kailasa. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on another, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on another, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. thousands and thousands radiate light, millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of dharma rakshati rakshitaha. When you protect dharma, dharma protects you. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of dharma rakshati rakshitaha. When you protect dharma, dharma protects you.
Nithyanandam. On this second day of the Purvanga Utsavam of our beloved Bhagavan's Avatara Dinotsavam, the Nithyananda Utsavam, we are offering puja to the Kuladevatas of Bhagavan. First, we will offer puja to Mariyamman, followed by Pitariyamman, and followed by Durgayamman. Let us worship them, offer our prayers, receive their grace and blessings today.
Om Durasi Durbantam Durvatanyo Osman Durvatitam Durvayam Vayam Durvamaswam Devanam Asyachitamam Vapratamam Yoshtamam Vannitamam Devahodamam Ahitamathiravirdanam Maswamakva Mitrasatyachaksha Prekshirma Bhirmasam Vikta Matvahikam Shisham Shri Mariamman Devye Namaha Upamagrapayami. Om Uddipya Svajatavedapagnim Nirtimama Asugushyamakyama Vahajivanam Chedishodasha Manohigam Sirjatavedo Gamaswamburisam Jagade Abhidradagnyage Sriyaman Paripatiya Shri Mariamman Devye Namaha Deepam Darshayami. Om Vam Amrite Amritodbhave Amritavarshini Amritam Shravaya Shravaya Swaha Shri Mariamman Devye Namaha Amritam Mahanevedyam Nivedayami. Om Sarvamangalamangallye Shive Sarvartha Sadhike Sharanye Triambake Gauri Narayani Namostute. Om Rajadirajaya Prasanjahine Namo Vemmaye Shravanaya Gurmahe समे कामानि कामकामाय मह्यं कामेश्वरो वैश्रवणोऽपवातु कुबेराय वैश्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः। श्रीमार्यम्मन् देव्यै नमः। कर्पूर नीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि, रक्षां धारयामि। तावग्निं निर्ऋतिं मम वसूविष्यमह्यमावह जीवनं तिदिशो दिशा मानोहिकं चीर्जातवेदो गामस्वं पुरुषं जगत् अभिद्रुदग्नागे श्याम परिपातय श्रीपिडारी देव्ये नमः। दीपं दर्शयामि। ओम वम अमृते अमृतोद्भवे अमृतवर्षिणि अमृतं श्रावे श्रावे स्वाहा श्रीपिडारी देव्ये नमः। अमृतं महानैवेद्यं निवेदयामि। ओम सृष्टिस्थितिविनाशानां शक्तिभूते सनातने गुणाश्रये गुणमये नारायणी नमोऽस्तुते। शरणागतदीनार्थ परित्राणपरायणे श्रीपिडारी देव्ये नमः। कर्पूर नीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि, रक्षां धारयामि। दूरसि दूरदूर्वन्तं दूर्वतयोऽस्मान् दूर्वदिदं दूर्वयं वयं दूर्वामस्त्वं देवानामसि अस्तितमं वप्रतमं ज्येष्ठतमं वह्नितमं देवहूतममहृतमसुरवृदानं दुर्मस्वमाह्वा मित्रसत्त्वा चक्षुषा प्रेक्ष्येर्माभिर्मा संविक्ता त्वाहि वंशिषम् श्रीदुर्गादेव्यै नमः धूपम् आग्रापयामि ॐ उद्दीप्य स्वजातवेदापग्निर्निर्तिं मम वसूभिष्यमक्षमा वह जीवनं जदिश मानोहितं शीर्जातवेदो कामस्वं पुरुषं जगते अभिभृतज्ञाभिः श्राम परिपातय श्रीदुर्गादेव्यै नमः दीपं दर्शयामि ॐ वं अमृते अमृतोद्भवे अमृतवर्षिणि अमृतं श्रावय श्रावे स्वाहा श्रीदुर्गादेव्यै नमः अमृतं महानैवेद्यं निवेदयामि ॐ कात्यायनाय विद्महे कन्याकुमारी धीमहि तन्नो दुर्गे प्रचोदयात् ॐ कात्यायनाय विद्महे कन्याकुमारी धीमहि तन्नो दुर्गे प्रचोदयात् ॐ कात्यायनाय विद्महे कन्याकुमारी धीमहि तन्नो दुर्गे प्रचोदयात् श्रीदुर्गादेव्यै नमः कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि
மாரியம்மா மாரியம்மா திரிசூலியம்மா நீலியம்மா தலமேல மணிமகுடம் என் தாயி தந்த பூங்கரகம் ஒன்ன நினைச்சபடி புன்ன ஜெயிக்கும்படி வேண்டும் வரந்தா மாரியம்மா காவல் நீதான் காளியம்மா மாரியம்மா மாரியம்மா திரிசூலியம்மா நீலியம்மா
Kailasa is an effort, humble effort, and our humble offering at the feet of Paramashiva keep the grand narrative of Hinduism alive. Make people understand Hinduism is functional system, not just for enlightenment, even economic principles, policies, administrative policies, social structures, everything in every level. So the humble effort to keep that grand narrative alive is this Kailasa. Kailasa is an effort, humble effort, and our humble offering at the feet of Paramashiva keep the grand narrative of Hinduism alive. Make people understand Hinduism is functional system, not just for enlightenment, even economic principles, policies, administrative policies, social structures, Nithyanandeshwar Paramashiva Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus, de facto Kailasians from all over the world. I welcome all the Sarvanyapita Kartas, Yajamans, Manifestors, Sarvabharityagis, Shrimahans, Mahans, Kotari Tanedar, visitors, viewers, Kayakalpa Yoga participants, e-Gurukul students, everyone sitting with us all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and respect. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Kailasa is civilizational nation, reviving ancient enlightened Hindu civilization. It is not all about territory alone. We have territory, but it is not all about territory alone. It is all about Hindu enlightened civilizational nation. So the focus is on reviving enlightened civilization. Understand this narrative clearly. When I was given Yoga Pattabhishekam by my gurus, it's not that immediately I started looking for a territory. I started working intensely for reviving the enlightened civilization, most ancient, enlightened Hindu civilization. I was all out, working day in and day out, intensely, simple hard work, reaching out one person at a time. Sharpening myself. My gurus gave me tremendous spiritual knowledge, powers. But I need to start working on understanding the society. So they gave me the guidance. Go and spend some time in Ramakrishna Mission, spend some time in Swaminarayan movement. They gave some certain guidance. Study all these organizations and then start the work you need to do. So, side by side, I was doing, educating myself and reaching out to people to revive the ancient, enlightened Hindu civilization. So please understand, our focus is all about reviving the enlightened Hindu civilization. And the basic powerful truths powerful cognitions and powers, both of enlightened civilization, need to be revived. Please understand. Kailasa is not going to be centered, something like a territorial nation or territory nation building concept. We have territory, we will have territory in few more places, that is different. But the focus is going to be civilizational nation. We are going to be civilizational nation. Like Israel for Jews, Vatican for Catholics. It's not just about territory, it's a civilizational nation. Kailasa is going to be civilizational nation for Hindus. So understand this major difference. I am going to keep the Hindu narrative alive and experiential. How? A child is given the superconscious education. Hinduism, there is no baptism. You need to know that. There is no baptism. We give superconscious possibility to the kid. We open that. We open the third eye of the child and let the child play with the third eye energies, powers, kundalini. The child evolves. Understand? Kailasians need to enrich themselves and others on the principles of enlightened civilization. How? In individual life you can live enlightened life, and how you can enrich the society to become enlightened society, enlightened civilization. As I always used to describe what Vivekananda visualized, Aurobindo aspired, Osho worked, Yogananda yearned, with all their grace and blessings. What Maharshi mandated, with all their blessings. Vivekananda, Aurobindo, Yogananda, Osho, Maharshi Mahesh Yogi, all of them groomed this vision, supported this vision, enriched this vision, built on this vision. Fortunately, with all their blessings, Paramashiva's grace, it manifested through me, through this being. What Aurobindo describes, what Maharshi mandated, everything if you see, a Hindu nation is not just restricted to territory. I tell you, if it is restricted to territory, it doesn't have a future. You need to know why you need a nation. Kailasa is the answer for why you need a Hindu nation. We are a civilizational nation. How? A modern day humanity can be benefited by the universal principles of Hindu civilization. Enlightened Hindu civilization is the real open society. Understand? Open society means where all human beings live, flourish, support each other based on the truth and reality of life, not centered on any dogma, theory, ideology, philosophy which is closed, dead. Understand? Hinduism is the only civilization which allows the upgrading. See, Hinduism is fundamentally about it's a greater science of life. I should say greatest science of life. And the whole flow of the Hindu thought current, Hindu ecosystem is Atato Brahma Jinyasat. Let us inquire into the Brahman. There is no mandate. Please be very clear. The only mandate is seeking, eternal seeking, going towards the truth. You are given many revelations, the ultimate truths, as to make it as part of your experience and evolve yourself individually and the whole humanity. Please understand, there is a vast difference between what West understands as religions and what Hinduism is. The whole narration is different. The foundation is different. That is why I say Hinduism is not just ordinary religion. It is more greater science of life. It's a more enlightened civilization in practice. In theory, it's the greatest science of life, of everything exists. In practice, it is an enlightened civilization. In theory, it's the greatest science of life, universe, cosmos, consciousness. In practice, enlightened civilization. We are here to revive that, not reform, revive. Hindu civilization, enlightened Hindu civilization, is the real open society. And I tell you, fortunately, the internet has brought the best atmosphere for the world to enjoy civilizational, Hindu civilizational based nation, the enlightenment civilizational based nation. The whole world population is something like 7 billion. Can you show? I think the internet population alone is 4.9 billion. Please understand, the world population is something like 7 and internet population is 4.9. So I tell you, internet is the world's largest populated nation. It is time the civilizational nation, Kailasa, is built on internet, the digital platform. On digital platform, we build Kailasa. I have a data, I can show you. 7.8 billion is the world population and 4.9 billion is the internet population. That is why I insist on building digital nation, Kailasa, because our focus is, the first priority is reviving enlightened civilizational nation. The next priority only is territory. You can all see the data I collected. 7.8 billion is the world population and 4.9 billion is internet population. That's the reason I insist on virtual Kailasa, digital nation, Sarvanya Pita, virtual Sarvanya Pitas. So let me give you the presentation. I brought it for all of you today from step by step. Listen carefully. I will upload these slides in the Facebook also. Just upload it and flash it. Let it be uploaded and flashed. I'll upload it. Now,
எம்மையாலும் கருமுனியே என் ஐயனே ஐயனாரே பூமி நடுநடுங்க ஆவேசமாய் வந்திடையா மேகம் விடுகிடுக அங்காரமாய் வந்திடையா வேட்ட கருப்பனோடு பொங்காரமாய் வந்திடையா செம்முனி நாதனிலே ஜடாமுனி அப்பனே வாயா வாயா ஜடாமுனியா என் வீர சூர வீர பத்ர ஜடாமுனியா வாயா வாயா ஜடாமுனியா என் வீர சூர வீர பத்ர ஜடாமுனியா வெள்ள கூட்டுரையில என் ஜடாமுனி வாராரையா வெள்ளருவா கையில் என்று நீ ஆவேசமாய் வாருமையா வெள்ள வெள்ள கூட்டுரையில என் ஜடாமுனி வாராரையா வெட்டருவா கையில் என்று நீ ஆவேசமாய் வாருமையா வாயா வாயா ஜடாமுனியா என் வீர சூர வீர பத்ர ஜடாமுனியா வாயா வாயா ஜடாமுனியா என் வீர சூர வீர பத்ர ஜடாமுனியா வாயா வாயா ஜடாமுனியா என் வீர சூர வீர பத்ர ஜடாமுனியா வாயா வாயா ஜடாமுனியா பாண்டி முனிய ஒட்டிடுவான் பிணிய பாண்டி முனிய ஒட்டிடுவான் பிணிய ரத்த காட்டேரி எருமை கண்ணிய சித்தனுக்கு விட்டு முடிக்க தூண்டுறா இவன் பாண்டி முனி எல்லாம் கோட்டை தாண்டுறா சிவமுகையில சிங்கத்தை இவன் சீண்டுறா இப்போ மாட்டிக்கிட்டு மண்டி போட்டு வேண்டுறா பாண்டி முனிய ஒட்டிடுவான் பிணிய ரத்த காட்டேரி எருமை கண்ணிய சித்தனுக்கு விட்டு முடிக்க தூண்டுறா இவன் பாண்டி முனி எல்லாம் கோட்டை தாண்டுறா ஒட்டிடுவான் பிணிய ரத்த காட்டேரி எருமை கண்ணிய சித்தனுக்கு விட்டு முடிக்க தூண்டுறா இவன் பாண்டி முனி எல்லாம் கோட்டை தாண்டுறா
Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully.
Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiating light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightened civilizational manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but I'll project the slides one by one and give you a clear understanding. First, as I described, we Kailasians need to focus on building enlightened civilizational nation Kailasa on digital platform, because we are reviving, we are a more enlightened civilizational nation, not just territorial nation. Territorial nation follows. Territorial nation is what is Kailasa. Digital, the enlightened civilizational nation is why Kailasa.
Let's all focus as on now to build the civilizational nation Kailasa. Enlightened Hindu civilizational nation Kailasa. Last few days I am continuously having meeting with multiple sanghas. I had the Kailasa Chinese World Sangha meeting. More than 200 people applied to come and be the resident of Kailasa from the Ohio Sangha 29, Ohio, New York. From Chinese World 200. As on now 229 people applied for green card, means permanent residency. Thousands have applied for visa to come and go. 229 is permanent residency, the green card application, and of course still it's growing and expanding. But I want all of you to first focus on enlightened civilizational nation. Let us tell the world why we need Kailasa first. Experientially, not just verbally, philosophically, theoretically. Let us offer what Kailasa should offer to the world. Let's make people enjoy. Let people get benefited by Kailasa. We can start doing that by building digital nation. So the world's greatest Hindu nation's e-governance, e-Sarvanyapitam is what I am presenting it to all of you now. The e-Sarvanyapitams are like people who reside in various parts of the world, spreading, reviving the ancient civilizational nation Kailasa in their region. E-embassies will be working for Mahakailasa, means the territorial nation Kailasa directly, but located in various countries, various nations. So this is the difference between E-Sarvanyapitam and E-Embassy. E-Sarvanyapitam will be located in your own nations, wherever it starts. It is started. For example, we may have a temple in Canada, in USA, in Malaysia, in Singapore. All that will be ESJPs, means it will revive Hindu civilizational, enlightened civilizational nation in your localities, within the legal frame of the country you are based. You are grounded, you are rooted. Within the constitution of those countries, that is E-Sarvanyapita. E-Embassy will be working directly for Mahakailasa, the territorial Hindu nation Kailasa. It will act as an embassy for those countries where the embassy is, with those governments, building diplomatic relationships, working with those nation decision makers, people, everyone. So the E-Sarvanyapitam and E-Embassy, these two are completely different, created for different purposes and different responsibilities. Next. Kailasa is a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Which does not put importance on territory alone. Kailasa is a macrocosmic, ancient, Hindu, enlightened civilizational nation, which does not put importance on territory alone. Kailasa is revived by the 1008th living incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. These are the basic introduction.
கருப்பு தேக தேவரே பிச்சருவா வீரரே வந்தார் வந்தார் நடந்து வந்தார் தந்தார் தந்தார் வாக்கு தந்தார் பார்த்ததுமே பலருதே கட்டழகு வீரரே வந்தார் வந்தார் நடந்து வந்தார் தந்தார் தந்தார் வாக்கு தந்தார் ஈட்டி ஓம் கையிலே கருப்பழகா ஈ பொறிவோம் கண்ணிலே கருப்பழகா ஈட்டி ஓம் கையிலே கருப்பழகா ஈ பொறிவோம் கண்ணிலே கருப்பழகா கரு 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 கருப்பழகா ஏ கரு 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 கருப்பழகா
வந்து கண்ட விட்டு கண்ட வந்து அண்டாதிராட்சி செய்யும் மாயகா.
Yes. If you are able to see me, hear me, please wave your hands. Sorry for the technical glitch. We'll start now. If you are in a nation where factually Hindus are a minority, or you are in a nation where factually Hindus may not be minority, but actually Hindus are minority, like Nepal and India, in both cases you are a minority Hindu. This is a call for you. You need to wake up to the reality you are minority. Here I am giving again the slide of Hindu population. Now, all these slides are already available on the page HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam. As a album and pinned. So please, you can open the page and follow through along with the session. I am giving you the Hindu population all over the world. In Nepal, India, and how the various countries' constitutions are secular only to Hindus. I am also describing the lawfare on Hindu gurus, Hindu temples, the whole Hindu identity, how we are getting boxed in. By media, administration, legislature, and judiciary, how the Hindus, all the Hindu identity, whether it is a place of worship or lifestyle or Hindu gurus, how we are getting boxed in by all four: media, administration, legislature, and judiciary. In every country, not just in India, in every country. I'll be giving you lot more details on this narrative. How Hindus get boxed in by all four: media, administration, legislature and judiciary, by all four. Next. How the government missionaries do the Hindu Holocaust. How the ethnocide is happening, not just genocide. Understand? Still, Hindu genocide is continuing. Apart from genocide, ethnocide done on Hinduism is not even told to the world. I tell you, if you don't tell the problems you are facing to the world, you will be branded as problem and eliminated just like that in next few decades. Oh Hindus of the world, wake up. If you don't tell the problems you are facing to the world, you will be branded as problem and You will be eliminated within next few decades. I don't want that. That's the reason I want all of you to wake up. Let us tell the problems we are facing to the world. No one is going to do it for us. No one is going to do it for us. We have to do it on our own. If we want our children, grandchildren to enjoy the benefits of Hindu civilization, enlightened Hindu civilization, we need to tell the world how the genocide and ethnocide is happening on Hinduism. It was so powerful. It is so powerful now. Even the Hindus are convinced they are worthy of getting eliminated in the name of Reformation. Reformation is the mask used for ethnocide of Hinduism. Even the modern day educated Hindus are convinced that they need to be reformed. An ethnocide of the Hinduism is okay. That is the worst thing done to Hindus. The apologetic Hindus are the byproduct of the intense poisoning and ethnocide. See, attack on the Supreme Pontiff of KAILASA and KAILASA is not just a persecution, it's an ethnocide and civilizational conflict. It is persecution, ethnocide and civilizational conflict. All three. Swamiji and the Kailasa movement was getting boxed in by international media and international various governments, administrations and various countries' legislature and various countries' judiciary. Even though the civil society, civilians stood by me, absolutely supporting me, the common man knows I am his voice.
Indran Pradi presents Amigos Gus Ayya Samarpanam. We call it Muni Darisanam. Triple I with a swing at the down. Come on, I guess who holding soul in the hand. Come on, I guess who
Consciously train each other. Top 100. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped. Yes, listen. In spite of being minorities worldwide, Hindus are the most successful, happiest, highest individual income, lowest divorce rate, lowest crime rate, most contributing religion, founders of all fields of sciences. This is the 2000 years of economic history in one chart. You can study it. Hindus were producing 40% of the world GDP. And all minority Hindus to Google top 100 contributing CEOs of the world and top 100 terrorists of the world. Then you will understand how Hinduism is only contributing. Not a single terrorist from Hinduism. You will understand Hinduism by its very ecosystem is intensely contributing. Here I have given the list of top CEOs. The Hindus in America, most migrated. And the details, lowest divorce rate, highly educated, all these details I have given. Please study. The highest individual income, the most contributing. Now, I wanted all of you to know, Hinduism is neither capitalism, nor communism, or socialism. It is dharmikism. It is centered on responsibility. I should say responsibilism. The Hinduism is dharmikism. We are responsible. We are responsible We are responsible for what has been given to us by our rishis. This value-based, superconsciousness-based lifestyle and civilization. To pass this ecosystem, this great science of enlightenment to the next generation. And I also wanted to add one more point. Hinduism is neither capitalism, nor communism, or socialism. It is dharmikism, centered on dharma, responsibilism. Responsibilism. And we are responsible for transmitting this values, superconsciousness-based lifestyle and civilization to the world, to the universe, to the globe. Anything we get from our ancestors as heritage, we don't have right to destroy it. We are bound to keep it alive and pass it to the next generation. So we Hindus need to wake up and realize that temples alone are not enough to pass on the great science, the great enlightenment ecosystem called Hinduism. Building temples is in our very breath. It is in our genes. We are a temple-based civilization. Temple building is great, but that's not enough. This is the statistics about how the Hindus do not participate. And here I am giving you some of the details about why Kailasa. This is the practical solution. The Sarvanya Pita, the enlightenment ecosystem. Understand, Sarvanya Pita is the way, ESJP is the way we are going to be taking this enlightened civilizational nation Kailasa to the world. As I said, 7.8 billion is world population, 4.9 billion is internet population. So the right way is to build the virtual Sarvanyapita is the best way to take the enlightened civilizational nation, Hinduism, KAILASA, enlightened civilizational nation of Hinduism, KAILASA, to the world. Here I am giving some of the statistics why virtual Sarvanyapita is required. And here is a clear map of what virtual Sarvanyapita should offer to the world. The world's greatest digital Hindu nation with the Hinduismpedia, Kailasapedia, Nithyanandapedia, enriching and causing and digital clusters. These are the ways. And this is the work we already did. Over 1 billion lives we have enriched through 17,000 digital IDs and 135 e-Sarvanyapitas worldwide and 85 in over 85 countries in across 100 languages. This is the work we already achieved. Yes, now the e-Sarvanyapita spread across 85 countries as on now, today. In 85 countries, we have e-Sarvanyapitas established. 135 Kailasa and 135 digital Mahans, 35 plus platforms is functioning as on now. Kailasa's e-governance digital nation. If you want to become a digital Mahant, please sign up. government.srikailasa.org/ESJP projects. And I sincerely request all Hindus to sign up and become part of this digital nation and become a digital Mahant.
அத்தங்கர ஓரமாய் கோயில் கொண்ட ஐயனே மருத்துவ சித்தனே பாம்பாட்டி அப்பனே அத்தங்கர ஓரமாய் கோயில் கொண்ட ஐயனே மருத்துவ சித்தனே பாம்பாட்டி அப்பனே உடுக்கை ஒலி கேட்டு ஓடி வந்ததேனையா ஏழை சான்றோர்க்கு வாக்கு சொல்லத்தானையா உடுக்கை ஒலி கேட்டு ஓடி வந்ததேனையா ஏழை சான்றோர்க்கு வாக்கு சொல்லத்தானையா விசக்கார முனியா ஐயா ரோசக்கார முனியா நீ சுளத்தோட்டு காட்சி தரும் எங்க குல முனியா விசக்கார முனியா ஐயா ரோசக்கார முனியா நீ சுளத்தோட்டு காட்சி தரும் எங்க குல முனியா கோட்டக்கார முனியா நீ வருகிற நேரம் எங்க ஊருக்குள்ள வதவதச்ச பயிரெல்லாம் வளையும் கோட்டக்கார முனியா நீ வருகிற நேரம் எங்க ஊருக்குள்ள வதவதச்ச பயிரெல்லாம் வளையும் கண்ணு ரெண்டு உருட்டியே வருகிற முனியனே வலெடுத்து வீசி வரும் பஞ்சபூதநாதனே கண்ணு ரெண்டு உருட்டியே வருகிற முனியனே வலெடுத்து வீசி வரும் பஞ்சபூதநாதனே வறுமையா மயஜல முனியனையா இரு கரங்கள் தூக்கி பார்த்துக்கின்ற தெய்வமையா வறுமையா மயஜல முனியனையா இரு கரங்கள் தூக்கி பார்த்துக்கின்ற தெய்வமையா கொடகர முனியா நீ வருகிற நேரம் எங்க ஊருக்குள்ள வதவதச்ச பயிரெல்லாம் வளையும் கொடகர முனியா நீ வருகிற நேரம் எங்க ஊருக்குள்ள வதவதச்ச பயிரெல்லாம் வளையும் கண்ணு ரெண்டு உருட்டியே வருகிற முனியனே வலெடுத்து வீசி வரும் பஞ்சபூதநாதனே கண்ணு ரெண்டு உருட்டியே வருகிற முனியனே வலெடுத்து வீசி வரும்
ஐயனே That there's cool.
Listen. The next I am presenting the E-Embassy, Kailasa's E-Embassy. How E-Embassy can become part of this revival of Hindu civilizational nation and territorial nation, both. Understand? Living intensely, workaholic lifestyle is basically Hindu lifestyle. Laziness is not part of Hinduism. Active workaholic lifestyle is part of our very culture. That is why these huge stone temples. Contributing culture. We are not warmongers. Please understand. If you have been told wrongly we are warmongers, you are brainwashed. You should know. In Rajendra Cholan's period, 1000 years before, 1 million naval army Rajendra Cholan had. Hundreds of years before the Columbus. If he wanted, he could have conquered the whole known world and eliminated all the indigenous people and made Hindu civilization. How the British claims sun never set in British Empire for some time. We would have had that word in our history. But Rajendra Cholan was not warmonger. Wherever he conquered also, he put the whole resource on building the nation, raising the quality and lifestyle of the indigenous people. It was a civilizational nations getting built, not territorial nations. Otherwise, Rajendra Cholan, see, at that time the known world's total population itself is only 30 million. 1 million he had as his army. It is army 1 million. People means so focused, trained, very powerful. He could have conquered the whole known world. Indigenous population of the world should thank Rajendra Cholan for not conquering. He could have done 10 times bigger job by conquering. How the European civilization went and conquered all the countries and eliminated the indigenous population. Rajendra Cholan never did it. Because we were focused on civilizational nation, not on territory nation. Living the workaholic lifestyle, contributing lifestyle, is the lifestyle of Hindus. So let us revive that lifestyle of contributing by building Kailasa digitally with intensity, integrity and enthusiasm as described by Paramashiva on the world's most populated nation, the internet, will ensure your visa and green card to Mahakailasa. Understand? Anyone who is workaholic, active, contributing through ESJP or E-Embassy will get your Kailasa visa and Kailasa green card. Usually SJP will be for the people who want to stay in their own country and become the part of the civilizational nation. E-embassy is for the people who want to come to territorial nation and settle down in territorial nation. This is the way we are going to be working now. Understand this important truth. I wanted to tell you all. See, Hindu kings focused on building huge stone temples. Sometimes their whole life they built. And 3-4 generations they will build the same temple. But they went on building because we were contributing civilization. See, we know we are going to have multiple births. We are like in the timeless space. So we know always we are going to come back. So let us build. I myself will come back as my 4th generation, 5th generation and enjoy this temple. So build. That's a timeless mentality, lifestyle, the enlightened civilizational principle. But the religions which teaches you have only one birth, you naturally become restless and start grabbing everything available. There are only 2 civilizations on the planet Earth. Timeless civilization, less time civilization. If you are taught multiple births is the truth, the greatest science of the world, greatest science of birth and death, you enjoy the timeless civilization. If you are taught there is only one birth, you are going to be suffering the less time civilization. All the less time civilization always try to grab what others built. All the timeless civilizations built, contributed, never went and grabbed. Show me a single Hindu temple built on grabbed infrastructure. Some other religious structure was grabbed and converted into Hindu temple. Show me a single infrastructure. Single temple, you can't show. Because by Agama bans grabbing any property and converting it into a temple. It has to be from the scratch, built. Contributing religion. I can show you millions of other religious worship places all over the world by built on demolishing the Hindu temples, Hindu infrastructures. Even now, standing. You need to know we are timeless civilization, so we go on contributing. We are not less time civilization to go on grabbing others, what others have created. Every indigenous community in the world today should thank Rajendra Cholan for not invading, even though he had the largest army hundreds of years before Columbus and the knowledge about the ocean. Everything. Because he went to many countries and built a Hindu civilization. With that knowledge, he could have just traveled and conquered the whole known world, which he did not do, because we are contributing type, not warmongers. This e-embassy is a direct blessing from Paramashiva, the kind of the punya you will receive for the personal contribution in reviving and preserving these great ancient sciences of enlightenment to people will be extraordinary. It's a one-stop spiritual repository for the whole humanity, all the enlightenment sciences. So here are the flagship projects: Nithyanandapedia, Kailasapedia, Autobiography of the Avatar, Truth, Kailasa's NHU, different languages: Tamil Nithyanandapedia, Telugu Nithyanandapedia, Chinese Nithyanandapedia, and all the projects here available. Flagship project, the archives, the autobiography project. My tapas is not an inspiration for you to do tapas. It is initiation. I have not done it for myself. I have done it for you. When you just listen to my tapas, it is not inspiration. It is an initiation. It is equivalent to you doing tapas. The world's largest online Hindu university, giving superconscious breakthrough to the world, celebrating 20 million enrollments, 7,000 plus courses, extended campuses in 150 countries. The Nithyananda Hindu University is the lineage of the millennia of old Vedic education system. As per known records, that was first started in Kailasa by Paramashiva himself as transformational science and then established in various sacred places such as Naimisharanya, Varanasi, Kanchi, Mathura, in all the mokshapuris in the world. So the Kailasa's Languagepedia, the language diaspora, is also one of the project. Tamil, Telugu, Dutch, Malay, Chinese, in all these languages it is getting done. You can become part of the software testing and automation. And the e-embassies of Kailasa, as on now, total number of Kailasians 140, total number of Kailasian hours 1,120 per day. The e-embassies are functioning all over the world, started functioning. The e-embassies 24/7 happening in 150 countries as on now. And join us if you want to become part of the e-embassy or ESJP. Please apply on tiny.cc/e-governance. I'm giving you a few minutes for applying.
அவதரித்தாயோ வீரபத்ரா கோர மூர்த்தி தேவா, தீய செய்களை தனிச்சி அளிக்க வேண்டி தவத்தில் குறித்தாயோ தேவா, தர்மத்தை நிமிர்த்திட அதர்மத்தை அளித்திட முனியாக அவதரித்தாய் என் முன்னீஸ்வரா. பெட்டருமா வீரவாளும் உனக்கு வேங்கையனாகவும் பலம் பெறும், கல்லடை போட்டு குதிரை ஏறி வரும் எம்மை காக்கும் முனியையா, நீ வா 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 வா.
Yes, listen. Almost I have presented whatever I wanted to present it to all of you. I just have only few updates to give you. The Annalaya project, the food bank of Kailasa, Annalaya, is serving all over the world. See, giving food is a lifestyle of Hindus. Before every meal, we ensure everyone around us had their food. It is just such a lifestyle of us. The world's greatest Hindu nations, charitable and humanitarian services, food bank project, Annalaya. It's not just Annadan, Annalaya project. So here I am giving you some of the updates of the Annalaya project. Yes, Kailasa's Annalaya project for the past 42 days. Whatever has been done, I am presenting it to all of you here. The food bank Annalaya initiatives, Deepavali offerings, offered food for 10,735 people. Post Deepavali offerings offered food for 8,401 people. Total 19,136 people were given food. Annalaya's Annadan project and participated by Kailasa in Canada and Singapore. This is the photographs of participation in Singapore. This is the photographs of participation in Canada. And Deepavali offerings participated in by Kailasa in Belgium, Kailasa Canada, Kailasa England, Kailasa Germany, Kailasa Italy, Kailasa Netherlands, Kailasa New Zealand, Kailasa France, Kailasa Slovenia, Kailasa Sweden, Kailasa United Kingdom, Kailasa United States. All of them participated. And this is by Kailasa Los Angeles. And this is by Kailasa San Jose in US. This is by Kailasa in Atlanta, USA. This is by Kailasa in London. And this is all by Kailasa in London. This is all Kailasa in Italy. Kailasa in Belgium. Kailasa in Germany. Kailasa in Sweden. Kailasa in Slovenia. Kailasa in Netherlands. Kailasa in Netherlands, and these are the photographs of various Kailasas participating in Annalaya projects. So, with this, today I have Los Angeles Sangha meeting. So all the Los Angeles Sangha, welcome to join the Sangha meeting, Kailasa in Los Angeles. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामला पीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षि सुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्यज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वज
Paramashivoham. Om Nitya.
Becoming a part of an enlightened civilizational nation, Kailasa, where you have the voice to give your opinion about the Hindu lifestyle, how the freedom to live an authentic Hindu lifestyle, an enlightened civilization as we are meant to be, not living as mere humans, living with fear or greed, going beyond all of this, being part of an enlightened civilization, our great heritage, our pride, Hinduism, living that authentically, where your voice is heard. Take a moment to cast your vote on the matters that matter to Hindus. Please visit our website kailasa.org/Hindu votes and cast your vote on various issues, whether Hindu temples should be run by Hindus or by the government, whether secular nations are really giving equal rights for Hindus, whether we should follow a lifestyle of vegetarianism or not. All these various issues that matters to Hindus, you now have the voice to cast your vote. Hindu votes are sacred and Hindu voices matter. So please take a moment to cast your vote. And of course, become a part of the greatest Hindu nation in the world, Kailasa, by registering yourself with an e-passport. Please visit kailasa.org to see the various opportunities that we have. Thank you. Thank you all for joining. Nithyananda. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tatsat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.